Afternoon, everyone. I'm Shah from Science Center Singapore, and I will be your MC for today. A warm welcome to the NXplorers 2021 Finals. NXplorers 2021 is an innovative educational program in which students employ tools and STEM knowledge to bring about positive change in the areas of food, water, and energy. Delivered by program partner Science Center Singapore and fully funded by Shell Singapore, the Singapore team remains committed to inspiring the next generation of scientists, engineers, and innovators. Today, Friday, 6 August 2021, marks the finals of the NXplorers 2021 competition. Stay tuned to watch the finalist presentations and enjoy every magical moment. In the spirit of keeping this entire experience interactive, you can use the FB emojis to encourage the teams as they present. The winners of the finals stand to gain these top 3 prizes. $10,000 for the third prize, $12,000 for second prize, and $15,000 for the first prize. We will also be awarding 2 merit awards to the 4th and 5th winning teams with $1,000 worth of capital voucher. Just mentioning this gets me excited. Now, it gives me a great pleasure to now invite our Chief Executive of Science Center Singapore, Associate Professor Lim Tik Meng, to deliver the welcome address. Professor Lim, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to address you at the NXplorers 2021 Finals. And I'm filled with anticipation on what will unfold in the next few hours of the finale. Before I say anything further, I would like to acknowledge a number of special guests in our midst. Mr. Sahala Sianipa, Head Corporate Relations Southeast Asia, for Shell's strong support for over 4 decades. Ms. Nicole, Mr. Peng Guan, representatives from Shell Social Investment Advisory Arm. Competition judges, including Mr. Loh Seng Yi, VP Sales Asia Pacific Shell Catalyst and Technologies Private Limited, Mr. Danny Chua, CEO of CYC Private Limited, Mr. Vincent Lau, CTO of Pylon City. Mentors from Shell and Science Center Singapore, teachers and parents, and most importantly, all 10 students' teams participating in today's finals event, around whom this event is exclusively organized. I understand that the NXplorers 2021 program drew great interest, with 127 team registration from 52 schools in January 2021. This is a remarkable response that continues to validate the strength of the NXplorers program. And in the rollout of the program, similar to last year, this year's competition experienced a series of challenges over several months due to COVID-19 and resultant school closures, especially closures that occurred just weeks before the pitching of ideas and the semi-finals event. Working around these challenging but necessary mitigation measures, the program team had to pivot their plans quickly and make a series of unprecedented decisions, including the qualification of 10 teams for the finals. Schools have also made tremendous sacrifices to work with the program team to attend workshops, organize timely submissions, and make time for rehearsals. For that, I commend both the schools, teachers and students, as well as the program team at Science Center Singapore for working hand in hand over the last 6 months in order to reach this stage of the competition. I am so proud of you, students, for what you have learned in the course of this journey by reimagining the future and problem solving through a 3-stage process: explore, create, and change. To explore and identify an issue, you have learned to use a collective of tools such as the perspectives circle, connection circle, and confidence triangle. To create a possible better future, you have learned how one could bring about change using tools such as scenario planning and Scamper. To change, you have learned applied tools such as ripple effect, feasibility funnel, and persuasion pyramid to assist you to design plans and actions that will lead to the preferred future. My hope is that you will continue to apply what you have learned long after these finals. For now, go out there and give it your very best. I have every confidence in you. We have every confidence in you. All you need is to have confidence in yourselves. All the best, teams, and to everyone else, let's have a great time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lim. Let's welcome our guest of honor, Mr. Shahala Sainipa, Head Corporate Relations, Southeast Asia Shell, to say a few words. Mr. Shahala, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all students, teachers, judges, our partner Science Center, and Shell colleagues. Thank you, Associate Professor Lim Titmeng, for your welcoming remarks. I'm really delighted to be part of the 2021 NXplorers Finals today. NXplorers is Shell's global education initiative that is designed to provide young people across the world, including here in Singapore, with the capability to explore interconnected and challenging issues. They care about cleaner energy, food security, and accessible water. I would like to commend all participating students for your great determinations and huge efforts to work on your projects despite the challenges from the current pandemic situation that we face and the need to balance your time with your schoolworks. Really great job to all finalists. You have come up with innovative and interesting solutions to address some of the world's and Singapore's most pressing problems around food, water, energy nexus. From how we can generate more and cleaner energy with the resources we have to ensuring sustainable food and water supplies without compromising our quality of life. These are big questions to answer. You have managed to come with creative ideas and solutions to tackle these unique challenges. Regardless of today's results, I hope this NXplorers journey has been valuable and that you have learned new things and acquired new friends. I'm confident that each of you will be able to take away useful skill set and valuable friendship from this journey. Great work again, everyone, and I wish all of you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shahala. Students, mentors, teachers, and facilitators in the NXplorers program have continued to stay connected and committed to the cause during 2021. It proved an unprecedented season for the competition remaining digital in light of the extended COVID-19 situation. In view of this, students had attended online synchronized workshops, engaged in mentoring sessions with representatives from Shell and Science Center Singapore, participated in an exclusive sharing session, My World, My Work Life, to understand the daily life of a STEM professional from Shell. Lastly, Project Sharing Day, organized by Shell to bring the students together for sharing and feedback on the project. As the competition went on, 10 teams were shortlisted and finalists who rigorously prepared for today's finals after coming a long way. And they are Team 1, Nanyang Girls High School, with their team name Renaissance. Team 2, Raffles Girls School, Blue Aqua. Team 3, Singapore Chinese Girls School, Hydrogen Bond. Team 4, Broderick Secondary School, Bandits. Team 5, Nanyang Girls High School, Stormwater Propaganda. Team 6, Raffles Girls School, Breakthrough. Team 7, St. Joseph Institution, Wishiwashi. Team 8, Raffles Girls School, ERA. Team 9, Broderick Secondary School, CUH. Team 10, Raffles Girls School, Daikin. Stay tuned to experience the fine-tuned project presentation. It gives me a great pleasure to now mention our illustrious panel of judges who include Mr. Loh Sing Yee, Vice President Sales Asia Pacific, Shell Catalyst and Technologies Private Limited, Shell Companies in Singapore. Our second judge, Mr. Vincent Lau, Chief Technology Officer, Valiant City, and Mr. Danny Chua, Chief Executive Officer, CYC Private Limited. Over the next few hours, they will be assessing the presentations by our student finalist group. We wish all our finalists the very best. Now, I would like to invite my colleague, Sok Sien, to manage the presentation segment.
Hello everyone, I'm Soxian. Before we start the group presentations, I would like to remind all teams that you are given 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. A reminder will be given at a 9-minute for you to round up. So now, without further ado, I would like to invite Team Renaissance to kickstart the presentation. Team Renaissance, are you ready? If you are, give me a thumbs up. All right, so your time starts now.
Imagine you just cooked a plate of fried rice, and as you bring this delicacy to the table, your hands slip and splat. It falls into mud, disgusting, sloppy mud. In that devastating moment, what would you do? Option 1, you could use it as compost. But what a waste, you have spent hours cooking it. Why not option 2, feed it to your hens? They love fried rice as much as any rational human. And they will gobble it down in seconds, feeling so happy that they will lay many big delicious eggs for you to make more fried rice with. Although it seems unlikely they will drop a plate of fried rice into the mud, there is still an elephant in the hypothetical room: food waste. And it's not just a plate of fried rice. In 2019, Singapore generated around 744 million kg of food waste. To put it into context, that's 2 plates of fried rice per person per day. It's absurd, isn't it? However, our current solutions of composting and preventing food wastage are not working at all, as food wastage is still increasing year by year. Food has such amazing properties, so why not use it to its fullest? Following our analogy, we found a little hen for this problem so that we can create something remarkable from food waste. Good afternoon, judges and fellow friends. Today, we will be presenting our proposal on reusing common sources of food waste in Singapore, namely restaurants and supermarket food waste, to create other resources like water. Food waste is a waste of money, effort, and resources. This is because it takes a lot of resources and manpower for produce to be farmed, watered, harvested, packaged, transported, bought, cleaned, and cooked before it even reaches our dinner tables. Food waste is also a huge contributor to environmental pollution, since it gives off methane gas, which is 25 times more harmful than carbon pollution. So what is our idea? Essentially, we want to repurpose food waste from supermarkets and restaurants, which help to create other precious resources like food and water.
But what exactly is our solution? We want to make a hydrochar membrane filter where it's easy and sustainable to filter the water through the use of hydrochar made from food waste. To achieve this, let's introduce the first step of our solution: hydrothermal carbonization. Hydrothermal carbonization is a chemical process for the conversion of organic compounds to structured carbons. Used to make a wide variety of nanostructured carbons, it is also applied in simple production of brown coal substitute, synthetic gas, and humus from biomass with the release of energy. These carbonation solids have tiny pores that help to retain the contaminants, like how a sponge does. Thus, when we allow water to pass through these pores, small particles and even some chemicals can be cleaned. But how exactly do we create this magical hydrochar? Well, let's run through the process step by step. Firstly, add the wet biomass, in our case, the food waste, and steam into a hydrothermal carbonization reactor, allowing everything to react at 180 to 250 degrees Celsius. This reaction may take 30 minutes to 8 hours, depending on the amount of biomass added. After the reaction is complete, HCC slurry will then be produced. Next, we need to allow the HCC slurry to undergo solid-liquid separation in order to obtain it in a solid form. This is usually done via filtration, after which we get wet cakes of hydrochar. Finally, we must allow these wet cakes to dry, thus producing hydrochar. This hydrochar can be used in many ways, such as helping treat infertile soil or as solid fuel. In this case, however, we will be using it in our product to purify contaminated industrial wastewater. Here's an image of ground hydrochar. Many different natural materials can be converted to hydrochar, including food waste, animal manure, and even Coca-Cola. Hydrochar has many advantages. It has a cheaper overall cost as compared to other methods like pyrolysis, which is the heating of an organic material, such as biomass, and is a relatively fast process.
After activation, the hydrochar produced can then help remove phosphate, heavy metals, Congo red, pharmaceutical and chemical waste, cadmium, persistent free radicals, and more. All these contaminants are commonly found in industrial wastewater. Now that we have achieved our product, hydrochar, I suppose you'll be asking the million-dollar question, what can hydrochar do? Hydrochar is useful in many areas. They can be used as a fuel, fertilizer, and in our case, as a water purifier. In addition, compared to biochar and hydrochar, is used for industrial use, while biochar is used primarily for soil remediation as an agent for carbon sequestration. After explaining the HCD process, let us take a closer look at our solution. While hydrochar has a variety of uses and has been commercialized in different ways, we decided to focus mainly on water treatment in this project, and more specifically, purifying industrial wastewater. This is why we decided to include it in our prototype, which we will be introducing to you now. To make hydrochar feasible to use on an industrial scale, we devised the prototype to make using it more convenient and fast. The prototype consists of a larger outer pipe, as well as a smaller spiral pipe in the center, made of synthetic membrane wrapped over a metal frame. Water and hydrochar will be poured into the device via a small opening, which is connected to the central spiral tube. The water will be purified by the hydrochar and will then drip out via the pores in the artificial membrane. This membrane will add another layer of filtration, while also separating the hydrochar from the water. After the purified water escapes the membrane, it will flow out through the pipe to be siphoned into containers or even other machines. We thought of previous ideas like this, but although it works, it takes up too much space. Our inspiration for this project came from the kidney dialysis bag, which prompted the design for the central pipe. The spiral shape of the central pipe itself was designed to take up less space, thus making the device more compact and less bulky. And all of this comes at a cost of around 50 cents per gallon of water purified. What is the economics and logistics of these solutions when applied in reality? Factories need a lot of water to produce things, be it phones or jeans, and will nearly always give out dirty, contaminated water. Common contaminants like heavy metals, dyes, phosphorus, and persistent free radicals can all be purified by hydrochar. Currently, methods of purifying industrial wastewater are expensive, costing roughly $1 per gallon. In comparison, our idea costs around 54 cents per gallon. By using our product, companies can severely cut operating costs and carbon footprints by using affordable, efficient, and green hydrochar.
Whilst our solution is not completely foolproof, the device can only clean certain chemicals, and since the water is not completely purified, it may not be suitable for some uses, like the manufacturing of computer chips, where pure water is needed. However, our step could be incorporated into other water treatment methods as an ultrafiltration to reduce or aid the current method's use. Another caveat of using hydrochar to purify water is the contaminated hydrochar will be produced. We propose to use different chemicals and extraction processes to reduce the contamination of the hydrochar as much as possible. However, if there is no other way, the contaminated hydrochar will be incinerated or sent to contained landfills. Even so, our solution allows the food waste to be reused a second time, maximizing the use of the waste. We have condensed all the research we have done in the first round and used the tool Perspective Circle to list our stakeholders. So far, we have covered the logistics of how it will work in real life. But what is the significance of this? In other words, why choose our solution? Firstly, it is cost-effective. The profit margin is high considering that food waste is essentially free and hydrochar wastewater purification is a lucrative method for business. Secondly, it is a new and unique solution that has not been tried before, so we can set market standards and take a large market share. Thirdly, it is good for our planet. It reduces the amount of food waste going straight to landfills, allowing even waste to have a second life. It is also a completely new method to purify water and can create possibilities never seen before. We would like to conclude by providing a summary of uses and benefits of our solution. Our solution, the hydrochar membrane filter, will use hydrochar made of food waste to purify water. An additional layer of filtration is also added by our synthetic membrane. The main use of our solution would be to purify industrial wastewater in Singapore if expanded. It could extend to be a possible fifth tap of Singapore. The benefits of our solution include its high cost effectiveness. It is also a unique and novel idea in addition to its environmental friendliness, and most importantly, it gets the job done. Remember, if you ever drop a plate of fried rice in mud, pick option 2, feed it to your hands, because waste is a new currency. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for your presentation. And now we will start the 5 minutes of Q&A. Judges, you may begin.
So why don't I start first? So thanks a lot for that presentation. A few things came up in terms of questions. So one of the things is if you talked about converting food waste to hydrochar, and I just wanted to find out in your model who is doing that. Is it the household, or is it a central collection that's doing that before passing it on for industrial use?
We'll be doing it in a factory where the food waste is transported, and then it will be used in the factory with the prototype.
Okay, thanks for that. So in terms of taking the hydrochar and putting it into the membrane contraption that you've put up, who is doing that? Again, is it the same factory, or is it passed on to a different part in order to fill those bottles?
It will be the factory, the industry that uses the prototype, which is the one that has the wastewater, that provides the wastewater. So they will do it in their own factory.
Understood. So the last question related to that, the economics you present, does that include a profit margin for the factory?
It does not include a profit margin because it's a way for the factory to spend money, and the factory that uses it to purify their industrial wastewater, so they're not going to profit, but they're going to spend less so they can earn more.
Thanks.
Additionally, I think that it can be used across a lot of industries, so it kind of depends on what you use it for. Yeah.
If I may, I have a question related to that. So once you produce your hydrochar, what is your distribution model? Since you mentioned that it can be used across by many industries, how do you get it to the end users?
I think it will be distributed through like trucks, so that they can. It will be collected in one factory, then it can be distributed to all the other factories using it. And it should be done on maybe a weekly or monthly basis.
So the trucks will collect hydrochar whenever the factory has produced them, and this depends on how many customers you have. They will distribute it across Singapore. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, ladies. Good afternoon. Thank you very much. That was a very good presentation. I just have one question. I might have missed that part, but what volume can your investment of that X amount of money that you put up earlier, I think it was a 6-digit figure, so how much of a savings based on maximum capacity, if I were to use it for 24/7, how much of that savings are we looking at?
Compared to using like current methods, like for example, reverse osmosis and like the whole thing, you can halve the savings because compared to $1.50.
and it's $1 per gallon versus 50 cents per gallon.
Okay. Is there a very high maintenance cost? Do you ladies foresee that?
No, because the membrane that is made of it's a synthetic membrane, so it's an artificial membrane, so it won't be very high maintenance and it will last for a very long time.
Okay. One last question. What do you think of able to take on even more, how should I say, complex chemicals? Because right now you do have certain limitations, which I appreciate that. But do you think that there's still avenue for you to improve to include all the chemical waste?
I don't think there is a way for it to improve the amount of chemical waste you can take in, because like the science as it is, but since we have already removed this much, it is easier and cheaper to add on a secondary filtration method so that it can filter the water more and it can be used for more things.
Thank you.
And to add on, even though it cannot filter all the chemicals, it can be used in like a whole treatment system where it can aid the secondary filtration like microfiltration and ultrafiltration at a cheaper cost.
Most likely the
Team,
water after
thank you.
filtration will be used for like...
Time is up. Thank you, judges and team. That was Renaissance from Nanyang Girls High School. Next, we will proceed to Team Blue Aqua. Blue Aqua, are you ready? If you are, please give me a time's up. All right, so your time starts now.
Good afternoon, judges. We are the terrific Team Blue Aqua, consisting of Jolene, Jacqueline, Estelle, Trisha, and Regina. Blue. Here is the outline for today. We will be presenting a problem, solution, and analysis of the projected costs and potential consequences.
Hello, I am Drip.
And I'm Job. We are water droplets from the 4 national taps. But we're really sick.
Hi, I'm Energy Sun, an overworked doctor at Singapore's water treatment plants. I found that the number of patients I have to treat is increasing. I really need a way to treat double the number of my water droplet patients.
Crisis! Crisis! Energy Sun has fainted due to overwork.
If Energy Sun is unable to work at Singapore's water treatment plants, how is Singapore going to be able to manage the rising demand?
Never fear, Professor So and Professor Shen here to tell you our solution to optimize Energy Sun's energy usage. Let's first take a look at Energy Sun's situation.
Singapore is a water-stressed country. Our new water plants currently meet 40% of water demand, but it's not enough. Singapore's water demand is expected to double by 2060.
PUB's current goal is to reduce the energy requirement for desalination of water by 3 times in the next 40 years to increase sustainability of desalination plants.
Hold on, Drop. I have a question. Are we valued members of society?
Well, according to PUB, treated wastewater like us makes up to 55% of the non-domestic demand.
And the other 45% comes from households.
That's right. The total annual water consumption is 130,000 liters per capita. We are pretty important.
Wow, that's such a high demand. How do we cope?
Based on the above context, our problem is as follows.
How can Singapore's water treatment plants operate with greater efficiency in order to meet up to 80% of Singapore's water demand without increasing energy usage?
First, let's uncover the current water treatment methods. Over to you, Energy Sun.
Welcome to Energy Sun's water treatment facility. One of the main processes currently used is reverse osmosis, also known as RO. It uses a semi-permeable membrane to filter out unwanted molecules from water. However, the main disadvantage of RO is that water must be pushed by a pump, thus using a lot of energy. To make this process more sustainable, energy produced during RO can be harvested for energy recovery. Now, let me bring you on an elevator tour and present to you our solution.
I'm so tired, but here's a tour of our solution.
If you could give me just 1 minute of your time, we will blow your mind with the genius of our solution.
Our solution has 2 parts, teardrop-shaped pipes and lightweight propellers. What they have in common is the dielectric elastomer generator, in short, DEG. It stretches and compresses similar to a spring. Low voltage charge is applied onto the DEG. A series of push and pulls converts elastic potential energy into electricity.
But we have modified these DGs to recycle the energy in our RO process.
In part 1, the DEG will be combined with pipes. What shape, you may ask? Think water.
Yes, a teardrop shape. When the water flows at high speeds, it will cause differences in air pressure.
In part 2, the DEG is attached to a lightweight propeller. The fast-moving water rotates the propeller, causing the DEG to compress and relax.
We have two types of propellers inspired by Kaplan and Francis turbines.
Isn't that cool?
Follow us as we explore the benefits of our solution.
Wait. So, what is the flow?
Hey, yo, this is how we flow. After getting pushed by the pump, we go into the teardrop-shaped pipe with a thumb. As seen by the cyan water barrel, we enter the St. Francis turbine-inspired propeller. We slide, we glide, we push the Kaplan propeller like a tide. And so it seems we are clean and we gleam.
Ah, yes, indeed. DEGs have endless applications, but they can only harness one type of energy, elastic energy. Our design combines the idea of propellers and water pressure with DEG to make it suitable for our water-immersed system.
Let's take a deep look at our propeller. It's not your ordinary propeller. They are inspired by Aqua and Francis turbines, which have efficiency of up to 96%. However, turbines are too big, hence we adapted these turbines by downsizing them. Our team combined DEGs with pipes to make use of pressure differences. However, DEGs will not work if in contact with water, as the electricity will electrolyze water. Hence, we substituted the shape of a traditional circular pipe for a teardrop-shaped pipe. The top of the teardrop-shaped pipe will contain the DEG, while the round bottom of the pipe will be for water to flow, thus preventing the DEG from coming into contact with water.
Whoa, that's so cool. Wait. What is the significance of this solution?
The energy harness will be used to supply the minimal amount of energy consumed by various parts of our system, including the DEG, the water pump, and other purification processes.
We will use the Presto model to demonstrate the impacts of our solution. The solution will impact the following: cost, technology, environment, time, and scalability.
First, let's cover the economic benefits. Typical DEGs have high conversion efficiency of 80 to 90%, which reduces the capital cost in the operation. DEGs also have a long lifespan of over 100 million cycles and are low maintenance. While installation will incur more immediate costs, the solution helps to reduce the operation costs in the long run, as reparation costs are lower and energy use is reduced. In comparison with RO, DEGs and propellers offer little cost.
Next, the environmental benefits. Our solution recycles energy from RO, which makes Singapore's water purification system more sustainable, which contributes to SDG number 11, sustainable cities and communities. Recycling energy allows the system to cut down on its energy consumption, reducing its fossil fuel consumption and thus reducing pollution. Thirdly, we'll cover the technological benefits. As mentioned earlier, DEGs have been tested in multiple facilities like SUTD. It is a proven technology by Stanford Research Institute. Although this may not be a self-proposed technology, we have amended its design to optimize the energy recovery rate, as seen by our propellers.
Here are some social benefits. We believe our solution could increase collaborative efforts with industry to reduce water usage. Assuming water systems become more efficient as more improvements are being made, it might prompt industries to make use of these systems to work closely with relevant authorities to waste less water.
Some may say that we don't have the expertise to make teardrop-shaped pipes. However, we have chemistry mentor, Ms. Chia. Metals are malleable. There will be manufacturers who are capable of producing our desired shape.
Finally, let's cover the timeline and scalability of our solution. This is our proposed timeline for the implementation of our solution. DEG membranes can be easily adapted to different applications in terms of stroke and force requirements. This technology can be implemented in more sectors of our water industry, including wave energy harvesting.
Throughout our problem-solving journey, we were aided by tools to guide us in critical thinking and analysis.
The most beneficial Nexus tool we used was the scenario planning tool. We were able to map out the factors contributing to our desired future. Our desired future is one where Singapore is able to produce water independently. 85% of water demand should be met using recycled water, and the cost of water should be lowered. The tool also allowed us to plan for a variety of routes to arrive at our desired future, which gives our team more assurance and a wider perspective of our solution.
Scenario planning has many users and can help us navigate the world. A possible real-world application will be planning on how to make the school a better place. The x-axis is the increase in student unity, and the y-axis is the increase in the school's vibrancy. The desired future will be homeliness. We could use the tool to create a more comforting school environment.
Now that our water population has grown, who will be affected?
Let's talk about the stakeholders that will be affected should our solution be implemented.
Water-reliant parties such as households and individuals have access to a stable and reliable supply of clean water. Government and PUB can also achieve water to supply the country and achieve water security.
Singapore is also able to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals, which environmentalists support.
Should these types of DEGs be implemented in water treatment plants, our water treatment will become more efficient. Singapore can be more self-reliant with energy-efficient water treatment facilities. This can thus increase our water security and make us less dependent on other countries.
Wow, I feel so powerful now. I'm much more efficient and I can treat so many patients. Look out, world! Look! Thank you!
Thank you, team, for the presentation. And now we will move on to the 5 minutes of Q&A. Judges, please.
Hi. Thank you for the very passionate presentation. All right, I like how you have been keeping it very lively. I just have 3 questions. You mentioned that it takes 3.5 kilowatt hours per meter cube, all right, in RO. How much energy are you actually recovering? Does it actually recover the entire 3.5 kilowatt hours for every meter cube of water?
Sorry, we would like to clarify your question. Are you asking what type of energy we will be harnessing?
Yeah, because you mentioned that using the DEG, you are harnessing energy, so you're recovering energy. So my question is more towards whether you are actually recovering the entire amount of energy that you need to expand doing an RO.
Wait,
process.
sorry, can I just raise up that your voice is very, very muffled?
Is this better?
Yeah.
Yeah, so my question is whether you have enough energy recovered using the DEG method, because you mentioned that RO takes 3.5 kilowatt hours per meter cube. So how much energy is your DEG actually generating?
Kaplan turbines have been found to have a high efficiency of 95%. So if we apply the angle of the blades and utilize the same form of energy, for example, kinetic energy and gravitational potential energy, we will be able to achieve close to the same high efficiency.
Adding on to what Esther said, our technology also makes use of DEGs. And a DEG cartridge, which is about 2.8 grams, it has the ability to generate about 46.5 millijoules per stroke. So if we supply an initial charge of 3,000 volts to about 30 cartridges that we just mentioned, it has the ability to generate about 1.4 joules of energy. So since we're installing DEGs throughout the RO system, it should generate quite a sizable amount of energy.
Okay, so just one question related to that. So it sounds like you would then need to install a number of propellers as well as the DEG. So is it going to be easy to maintain, since you mentioned that your propeller is actually within the pipe itself? So how easy or how difficult it is to maintain it?
Okay, so we feel that we won't be needing so much maintenance works because the DEGs are made of a silicon membrane. So this silicon membrane, silicon is environmentally friendly and does not have much corrosion. Hence, it doesn't need to be changed very often. And since the DEGs have a cycle of over 1 million cycles, so it doesn't need to be maintained very often. And then as for our propellers, we are planning to use stainless steel. This stainless steel is also a non-corrosion. So it will not be required to have a lot of maintenance work to cover for it. So at most it will have to be changed once every 4 years, but that is also at the most, because most of the time these propellers will be able to last for a significantly longer time.
Okay, thank you.
So I've got a question, and maybe it's a bit basic because I'm trying to understand your concept here, right? So we all learned really early on about the conservation of energy, right? So in terms of DEG, you're recovering something. So the only way the system makes sense is if you're recovering energy that otherwise goes to waste. Are you able to help me a little bit on that one? How it's helping out?
Wait, I'm so sorry. We really cannot hear you. You're very
Can't hear
soft.
me. So are you able to explain a little better what conversion energy is going on? Because under the conservation of energy, the only way this system makes sense is if you're converting energy that's otherwise wasted into the useful energy. So what energy is being wasted that you're now harnessing to provide this additional DEG energy?
So our DEGs will be applied after the RO process, and during the reverse osmosis process, there is a high pressure pump that is pushing the water through a tiny membrane, and this high pressure pump requires more than it takes up like about 70% of the total energy used for the whole system. Hence, we are trying to conserve the energy used from these high pressure pumps. Yes.
Adding on to what Jacqueline has said, after the pump pushes the water through the membrane, the water will actually be moved at very high rates. So we felt that it would be wise to make use of energy from the water, and our DEGs basically convert the kinetic energy into elastic energy, then converted into electricity by said DEG.
Okay, thanks. Think we're good.
Thank you, team and judges. Now, that was Blue Aqua from Raffles Girls' School. Now, let us hear from Team Hydrogen Born. Hydrogen Born, are you ready? So if you are, give me your time's up. All right, so you may begin. Your time starts now.
Hi, Jana. How much water do you use every day?
It's really embarrassing, but I take pretty long showers. So I probably use around 150 liters per day.
Oh wow, I can already guess how much Singapore uses that much water every day. If everyone uses that much water on average.
Well, Vera, let me ask you another question. What is the percentage of Singapore's needs met locally?
Maybe 60%.
Oh dear, you're horribly wrong.
Oh what? Can you tell me more?
Good afternoon, judges, mentors, teachers, and everyone else. We are Team Hydrogen Bond from Singapore Chinese Girls' School. Our solution to solve potential water scarcity in Singapore strives to use as little energy as possible to effectively and sustainably obtain potable water from the atmosphere.
So, why do we have to worry about Singapore's potential water scarcity? Well, it is a known fact that Singapore is heavily reliant on other countries for water resources. So we wanted to create an alternate method to obtain water resources locally. Since the second agreement will end in about 40 years, we need to find other methods to provide water resources for our residents.
Some might bring up the point about Singapore's reservoirs and how that might be sufficient. We think facts say otherwise. Water and reservoirs are definitely not enough to provide for a whole population of around 5.7 million. Moreover, reservoirs rely on rain, which is quite unreliable.
Therefore, our project's mission is to solve Singapore's potential water scarcity for a more sustainable future. We envision a less reliant Singapore. And so, to solve this problem, we would like to introduce hydrogel, which is a material that takes in water vapor from the surrounding air when cool and releases it when it comes into contact with hot air. This is our initial industrial prototype that we have designed. This shows the hydrogel releasing the water vapor and the water vapor condenses on a cooler surface to become water droplets. And then the water droplets are transported, and meanwhile, a new set of hydrogel will be transported in for a new cycle. And this is our first prototype. When we started constructing our prototype, we connected the containers using a hot glue gun. We inserted a roll of cobalt hydrogel, which is wrapped around a hot plastic net, and hair dryer heat was blown into the hydrogel. Afterwards, we used marbles to increase cooling and surface area for condensation, and taped a plastic sheet with holes for the water droplets to drip through. We tested that version many times, but it did not produce the ideal volume of water. Hence, over the June holidays, we started to create a new prototype that was more efficient.
Introducing the Hydrobox. This is a basic sketch we drew to illustrate the design of the Hydrobox, and these are all the components.
Now we're very excited to show a video that we filmed, which is all about the Hydrobox, and you can see in action.
Introducing the Hydrobox.
The dimensions of the Hydrobox is 30 by 28 by 15, which is compact enough to be used in a domestic setting. Teflon fabric was wrapped around 70 ml of zinc hydrogel that was applied on a sheet of aluminium.
Here, I am blowing hot air into the prototype using a hairdryer to imitate the waste heat.
Now, the condensation occurring on the bottom half of the prototype can be clearly seen.
Teflon fabric was wrapped around 70 ml. The zinc hydrogel is in a gel form, making it easier to spread the hydrogel into a thin layer, allowing for faster release and intake of water vapor. We also added a solar panel and solar panel fan. Solar power fan.
As water droplets through the water pipes into the succulent plant.
These are the basic 4 processes used in the Hydrobox.
Now here's a fun fact. The zinc hydrogel can have 0.9 liters of water per day. So how can it have 0.9 liters of water? Basically, we let it absorb for 10 minutes and restrict the release of water for 5 minutes. Repeating this, we managed to harvest more water than just let it absorb continuously for 24 hours. This is because the absorbing capability of the material is extremely fast within the first 30 minutes, and the rate of absorption will slowly decrease after that. Here are some pictures of the copper pipes after condensation occurs during the process.
After an uncomfortable number of cycles, we finally collected enough water for a fish tank. So what do you have in fish tanks? Fishes! Well, it was refreshing to see that fishes were living in the water and obtained from the Hydrobox, and they were still alive, and in fact still alive till this day. This method proves that the water collected by the Hydrobox is safe and clean. Because again, let me emphasize this, the fishes are still alive. Okay,
Sorry,
wait,
there's issues with our
one of our
member.
teammates cannot connect.
All right, team, we'll pause our presentation for now. Do not worry, we'll give you 2 minutes to recover. All right, team, welcome back. You have 6 minutes to continue with your presentation. Your time starts now.
Here are some data that we collected. These data are important as they help us finalize decisions regarding the modifications of our prototype.
Now, we cannot wait to show the NX tools that have helped us develop our ideas into more practical ones. Here's an overview of the NX tools we learned in the first workshop. These tools are focused mainly on Singapore's lack of food produce, and it plays a part in balancing out our nexus between water and food.
We needed a domestic scale prototype that we can build in limited time. Hence, adapting our industrial prototype into a domestic one, we eliminated unfeasible ideas. One of our ideas was to use a larger volume of hydrogel for a more efficient water vapor absorption. However, a larger volume of hydrogel would mean longer time for the hydrogel to get saturated. Hence, the most feasible idea was to reduce the size of our prototype.
The Scamper tool helped us to identify areas of improvement. We used the tool to help us identify possible changes we could do to our industrial prototype, such as smaller pipes, which would lead to faster condensation. One of the most important modifications was to replace cobalt hydrogel with zinc hydrogel.
Now, we'll be focusing on the sustainability, cost, adaptability, and the marketing of our solution. Hydrobox obtains water from the atmosphere and converts it into potable water. There's an abundance of water vapor in the air, so the hydrogel can be effectively used in Singapore to obtain water. The derived water can also be used to water the plants, enabling a sustainable method of agriculture.
In Singapore, there are lots of vertical farms such as sky greens and packet greens, and these vertical farms produce thousands of kilograms of vegetation daily. So obviously they require a large amount of water, which can add up to a very high cost. Here's when our hydrobox comes in. It is more sustainable and affordable in the long term.
We made a comparison of the cost of new water and a similar technology, the atmospheric water generator, to our prototype. New water uses reverse osmosis, requiring a great amount of energy of 3.5 kilowatt per hour, which costs $1.28 per cubic meter. The atmospheric water generator uses 50 times the energy used by the hydrobox, and it costs $16 per cubic meter. However, the hydrobox only uses solar energy to power the cooling fan, and uses the least energy, which is powered by the solar panel. Hence, the hydrobox costs virtually $0, making it the best solution.
There are multiple variations of our prototype, and further changes can be made to suit the needs of the user.
From the marketing of we focused on two main scales, domestic and industrial scale. For the domestic scale, we targeted the local people in Singapore. We had to look for problems faced by other water collection methods in order to improve our current idea. As new water started off, many were skeptical about the cleanliness of water. By conducting polls on platforms like social media, we can use that information to mold our product into something that people would purchase.
On an industrial level, our target is local water corporations like PUB, which we can then expand our idea to companies overseas. In order to start advertising our solution to the general public, we set up a social media page to educate the public about potential water scarcity and the importance of local agriculture. Judges and our live audience, please do scan this QR code to take a look at our Instagram page. The answer to the percentage of Singapore's nutritional needs produced locally can be found there.
We have researched on potential users that our prototype could be useful for, and one that struck out was the 30 by 30 goal. The atmospheric humidity holds almost 13 trillion kiloliters of water, which is equivalent to 5.2 billion Olympic-sized pools. Our prototype can generate 900 milliliters overnight, which is equivalent to the volume of 9 Yakult bottles. The prototype on an industrial scale would be able to produce a significantly larger amount of water. Thus, our prototype can play a big part in achieving the 30 by 30 goal by functioning with little to no energy.
We want to continue working on this project that can play a part in resolving water scarcity as well as improving local agriculture. We hope to commercialize it to help people and also bring this technology to less developed countries. We aim to collaborate with water companies when we grow older. God bless
God
me
bless
and
me and you.
All right, team, thank you for your presentation. And we will now move on to the 5 minutes of Q&A. Judges, you may begin.
Hi, that was actually quite inspiring. Thank you very much for that one. I have to speak a bit louder just to make sure you can hear me. If you can't, let me know. Well, one of the questions is quite key, is around getting the hydrogel to release the moisture. What kind of temperature is required? Because that would impact the quality of heat used and the recycling of heat that can be used to release the water. Did you all have a look at that?
Yes, we have researched that the temperature that the hydrogel can release water at is around 50 degrees to 55 degrees. And we have measured the temperature of, for example, air conditioner waste heat. It's around 55 degrees. So I think it's appropriate to use waste heat from these electrical appliances to actually release the water vapor from the hydrogel. And the hydrogel can last until 80 degrees. So it won't be heat damaged by the waste heat, depending on the quality of the waste heat.
So in looking at this, were you thinking that the prototype or the hydrogel product is sold to households or sold to industries?
We are planning to do both, as the hydrobox is very adaptable and it can be sold to both, like both household and corporations.
Okay, thanks.
Maybe just to add on one question, I might have missed it earlier on. How many times can the hydrogel be reused?
The hydrogel, so far, there hasn't been a limit, but it has been used more than 2,000 cycles. So we believe that it can sustain for a very long time.
Okay, thank you.
How rare is the hydrogel? As in the cost-wise, when you all bought it? Was it easy to source? Yeah.
1 kg of hydrogel costs around $20.
Nope. No, thanks for that. And is it rare? Is it limited in supply, or can this be scaled easily?
It's a new product that has been discovered by NUS, so we're not too sure about it yet. Because it's relatively new.
So the zinc hydrogel is relatively new. That's what you're saying. Okay.
What do you intend to do with the used hydrogel after their lifespan? Do you have any thought about what can you use, how you dispose them? Are they environmentally friendly?
We are not too sure about that aspect yet, because since, as we mentioned previously, the hydrogel can be used for more than 2,000 cycles. So we have not reached that part. But for the environmentally friendliness, we're also not too sure.
Okay. And one question, assuming I buy one of your domestic sets, where's the best place for me to put? Surely it's not beside the aircon compressor, right?
Yes, it can be. It can be put near in the balcony because there's sunlight there, or it can be placed near the waste heat pipe that is leading from the aircon. So it doesn't really have to be near the air conditioner. It can just be near those pipes. And I guess like designs can be made to improve the appearance of the hydrobox to make it more appealing to domestic audiences.
One
Also
last question.
to
Go ahead.
to revisit your question about environmentally friendliness, it's actually quite safe. So it's safe to dispose it and quite environmentally friendly, and we hope to provide refills. It's almost like sunblock lotion because of the materials.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, thank you. And that was Team Hydrogen Born from Singapore Chinese Girls' School. Our judges will now take about 10 minutes to evaluate the team. We'll be back at 3:20 p.m. Stay tuned.
I would like the world to be sustainable, one where man's needs can be met without creating problems for the earth. However, if we fail to address issues such as food scarcity, lack of clean water, and energy,
there will be increasing problems for humankind. Eventually, Earth may not be able to sustain life. By making small amendments in our own lives and encouraging others to do the same, we can make a positive impact. I want to be an agent of change, which is why I joined the NXplorers program. It introduces complex and creative thinking skills and equips young people like us with the tools we need to apply them.
I believe that through this challenge, we would learn something new and useful. It is an opportunity to apply what we learn in real life. We were first exposed to important Nexus tools, which are very useful in considering perspectives of other stakeholders, exploring alternatives, and making decisions.
We also went on an industrial visit to Jurong Island. It was really fun and it provided my team invaluable information about the application of technologies in the real world.
To qualify for the finals, we had to pitch our idea to Shell. Our team wants to create a sustainable way to desalinate water by using solar energy.
Our team has come up with solutions to harness energy and water to resolve crop production issues. Standing before the judges was really nerve-wracking. There were many great ideas proposed and it was truly a pleasant surprise that we got into the finals!
I learned much about teamwork as the members of my team have rather different personalities, working styles, and preferences. We are glad to have mentors and experts in the field to guide us in the improvement of our prototype. Our families also gave us much support and contributed ideas. I'd like to say to them, thanks a lot.
Our teacher, Mr. Mong, and our mentors spent a lot of their time guiding and helping us with our projects. In particular, Mr. Mong challenged me to think further, work harder, and dream bigger. We are certainly very grateful to have them as our teacher and mentors.
Your champions, Team Water Venturers!
Padre Secondary School!
Jen, and welcome to the first episode of Science. What? Today we are going to be doing the elephant toothpaste, but before that, safety first. Now that we're ready, let's proceed on with the experiment. Here's what you need. 30% hydrogen peroxide, liquid soap, potassium iodide, 2 food coloring of your choice, and last but not least, 2 large beakers to dump everything into. First up, we're gonna need 300 milliliters of hydrogen peroxide into the beaker over here. A few drops or squirts of soap. And of course, we're gonna need to give it a good mix. Next, we will be needing 100 milliliters of concentrated potassium iodide, which I have prepared over here. And now for the fun part, we're gonna be mixing both solutions together. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. And that was foam-tastic! Now what exactly happened here? Hydrogen peroxide was actually broken up into oxygen and water. And the oxygen built up while trapped in the soap, creating this intense burst of foam. And that was the end of the experiment for our episode. Do comment and subscribe and tell us what you guys would like to see more of in the comments down below. So my name is Jen, and remember guys to keep asking science. What? Bye!
I think we should get from the client itself. Yes, we are trying to make the update, but no, the numbers do not match. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll have to call you back. Bye.
Mommy!
Hey, sorry I'm late. I've got podcast. Let's go.
Distinguishable symbol of Paris, the Eiffel Tower's iconic silhouette has loomed over the Parisian skyline since 1889. At the beginning, the local artistic community wasn't...
Wow, that is so cool.
So cool, right?
Mommy, look! Come on, Mommy.
What's this?
Disciples of the and this messenger being gigantic.
Hey, Mom.
Which also meant you celebrating this month.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Let us invite Team Bandits for their presentation. Bandits, are you ready? If you are, thumbs up. Alright, your 10 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shubham, and today with my group members Sankyat, Kishore, and Akash, we'll be explaining to you our solution, the water energy transducer, in the forthcoming slides. We would like to kickstart our presentation with our Nexus challenge, followed by a detailed explanation. After doing some research on sustainability in Singapore, we were very concerned to find out that only 10% of the food is consumed in Singapore produced locally. This means that we're very dependent. Sorry, everyone. The slides are not, the clicker does not work. Yeah, just pardon us 2 minutes.
To recover. We'll pause for 2 minutes for the team to recover. Hi team, we will restart your presentation. Are you ready? Okay, your 10 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shubham, and today with my group members, Sankyat, Kishore, and Akash, we will be explaining to you our solution, the water energy transducer, in the forthcoming slides. We would like to kickstart our presentation with our Nexus challenge, followed by a detailed explanation on our solution, and we will end off with our reflection. After doing some research on sustainability in Singapore, we were very concerned to find that only 10% of food consumed in Singapore is produced locally. This means that we are very dependent and reliant on other countries for our supply of food, which makes us very vulnerable to events that take place beyond our shores. Fortunately, to address this pressing concern, the Singapore government has set a 30 by 30 goal to increase local food production to 30% by 2030. For us to achieve this goal of food security, the Singapore government has been implementing initiatives to support urban farming so as to increase local food production. We believe that these urban farms are not standalones and will require sufficient energy and clean water to be able to feed our nation. So what is the challenge after all? The challenge is that most of our energy comes from imported natural gas, and we still have not ramped up clean energy production to sufficient levels in Singapore. Hence, we have chosen to focus on energy generation for this project, and we came up with our problem statement: how can we generate sufficient clean energy using water in Singapore?
Hey Shubham, may I ask, why are we using water to generate energy?
That's a great question, Kishore. The reason why we are proposing to use water to generate energy is because Singapore is an island state, and as a result, we are surrounded by sea. Water is a lot more dense than the air, and its energy can be harnessed. Tides are much more predictable than wind and sunlight. Also, water has the highest conversion efficiency of all types of any energy conversion. Now, Senkyat will tell you more about our solution.
Thank you, Shubham. While working on our confidence triangle, the articles we found challenged us to think about how we can produce clean energy with the available resources we have right here in Singapore. Hence, inspired by the sound transducer, we are proud to introduce you to the water energy transducer. The device will be installed in line with the sea level at low tide to utilize the wave of the shores of Singapore to generate clean energy. So here's a brief explanation of how it works. Our water transducer will convert the movement of water and its kinetic energy into electrical energy. Each water energy transducer unit will be modular and can be connected to more units to fully utilize the waves in the installation area. Energy generated will be stored in capacitors and then can be transferred to the power grid. The scientific behind the water energy transducer is electromagnetic induction. Using the formula current times voltage, we can find the amount of energy generated by the water energy transducer. To measure the current and voltage, we could simply use a voltmeter and an ammeter. After working through the Scamper tool, we found it worthwhile to look into possible modifications that can be made to improve the efficiency of our device. Some modifications are to increase the relative speed of the magnet and the coil, to use a stronger magnet, to increase the number of coils around the magnet, and to ensure that the plane of the coil moves at around the right angle to the magnet. In terms of the materials and dimensions, we propose that the transducer be made of a cylindrical stainless steel outer shell, copper coil wires, and a neoprene rubber diaphragm with an O-ring-like seal to keep the device watertight. Furthermore, the wires and the cables connected to the water energy transducer and the capacitor will be coated with insulating materials of highly waterproof properties, allowing the device to be installed partially underwater along the coast of Singapore. So now, I would like to direct your attention back to Shubham, who will explain our prototype.
Thank you, Senkyat. And here is our outstanding handmade prototype. When waves come into contact with the water energy transducer, it will produce pressure differences and fluctuations in the diaphragm. The diaphragm pushes the magnet and attached to the pendulum, and it repels the second magnet in the small container wrapped by the coils. The second magnet is positioned at an angle to make use of gravity to bring it back down while waiting for the next wave. This repetitive upward repulsion and downward fall due to the gravity continues with the ebb and flow of each wave. The reciprocating motion of the second magnet within the copper coil induces an electromotive force, hence generating a voltage and producing electricity. Now, Kishore will bring you through some comparisons.
Thank you, Shubham. We strongly believe our water energy transducer is the missing puzzle piece to greening our energy mix. Allow me to briefly talk about the comparisons between our water energy transducer and other existing solutions. In a simple comparison between our water energy transducer, solar panels, and wind turbines, we summarize that wind turbines have high cost and complexity. Difficult size modification only functions when there is high wind speed, medium conversion efficiency, and high maintenance costs. Solar panels are preferable, especially in a built-up country like Singapore. Having medium cost, low complexity, easy size modification only functions when there is sufficient sunlight, low energy conversion, and low maintenance costs. However, despite also having medium costs, we believe that a water energy transducer has low complexity, in-size modification, 24/7 function, high conversion efficiency, and low maintenance costs. With more research and development, we are confident that our water energy transducer is comparably better than the other existing solutions for an island nation like Singapore. Now, I'll pass the time to Akash.
Thank you, Kishore. Now I'd like to convince you that our idea is indeed revolutionary and explain how it can positively impact Singapore. Besides the factors that Kishore has just mentioned, such as the 24/7 function and high conversion efficiency, we believe we believe that our water energy transducer is revolutionary in the following ways. Firstly, the installation of the water energy transducer around the shores of Singapore makes fuller use of the existing spaces. Secondly, the water energy transducer does not require a pump or additional input energy since water is in constant motion. Thirdly, the water energy transducer will increase local energy production so Singapore can rely less on other countries for our energy supply. As such, we believe our solution will positively impact the government and the community. With, with greater clean energy security, the government will have the resources to embark on other goals like the 30 by 30 goal for greater food security and its long-term low-emission development strategy goal to reduce carbon emissions. This will have a ripple effect on the community too. Singaporeans can benefit from a growing economy as our clean energy industry grows. We hope to share our expertise with other countries and become a hub for clean energy, bringing in more investments and job opportunities for Singaporeans. With more clean energy and food being produced locally, we believe these prices can become more affordable as it is no longer dependent on other countries. And lastly, everyone living in Singapore can benefit from a better air quality as we are burning less fossil fuels and releasing less harmful gases into the air. Now, I'll pass my time back to Kishore to bring you through our reflections.
Thank you, Akash. After completing this project, we have seen how our solution can benefit Singapore, especially when we look at it from others' perspective. By practicing a perspective circle, we develop the ability to empathize, connect, and communicate better, and this makes us more effective in advocating for the issues that we really care about. For example, adjusting to the COVID-19 pandemic has definitely been a challenge, but by empathizing and taking on the perspective of others, we find that we will do our best to abide by all the safe measures and also persuade our friends to do the same, so that we will all play our part in the fight against COVID-19. As our presentation draws to a close, allow me to summarize our main points. In our current reality, our tiny island of Singapore lacks renewable and clean sources of energy. So how then can we green our energy mix? Well, we propose the water energy transducer technology as a means to generate clean energy right here in Singapore's waters. Being surrounded by the sea, there's no better place to harness the sea's natural ebb and flow as an energy source. With this breathable and clean and green energy source, we can look into harvesting more locally produced food in our urban farms, all in an effort to venture into a preferred reality of greater food security and meeting our 30 by 30 goal. Now it's up to all of us to dare to make a change in Singapore by implementing our innovative idea, the water energy transducer, because every wave counts. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, team, for the presentation. We'll now start the 5 minutes of Q&A. Judges, you may begin.
Hi. Hello, can you hear me? Yep. Thank you for your presentation. I think you have presented it very clearly. I have a few questions with regards to your water energy transducer itself. How many would you actually need to generate enough energy to, say, replace a typical power plant? Because it sounds to me like you need quite a lot of these transducers to be installed.
Thank you for the question, sir. A typical solar panel produces 1.5 kilowatts of energy, 5 hours of direct sunlight every day. For a power plant, it's a very high amount. Even 100 solar panels cannot equalize the power plants. However, if a solar panel produces 1.5 kilowatts with 5 hours of direct sunlight every day, will generate 45 kilowatts per month. Our water energy transducer can produce more than that because it has higher efficiency, higher conversion efficiency, and it works 24/7. As you see in our prototype, it can power a light bulb, like a simple prototype. And this prototype is not the best of the water energy transducer. And it may be like 200 to 300 water energy transducer to maybe equalize the power plant, like one power plant.
You go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
And because of power plants actually burn fossil fuels. And they produce pollution as well. However, our water energy transducer produce only green and clean energy. And thank you.
Thank you. You have a question?
Yeah, so I actually have two questions, but the first one is fairly simple. It's around the connection. I just want to ask, what's your connection between the energy produced in your in your inducer and food? That's the first question. Why don't you answer that first?
Thank you, sir, for your question. Our water energy transducer actually produces the amount of energy needed for vertical farming. So like it's we can farm for like vegetables which are considered food.
Just to add on a bit more, so the electricity that's being produced by the water energy transducer is usually transferred to a capacitor, and these because with the Singapore government Singapore is very dependent and reliant on other countries for the supply of food, and this is why we're very vulnerable and very vulnerable. Furthermore, and that's why the government set a 30 by 30 goal to increase the amount of food being produced in Singapore locally. I think personally that Singapore should start generating clean energy, because having in the upcoming future, for the fossil fuels really produce a lot of pollution, and as a result, our atmosphere is we are having a rise in climate change, and with the urban farms, we are also able to
It's okay, we're going to
produce
interrupt
food
just to
and
manage the
pass
time.
it to Singaporeans, even though it might be more expensive.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just one last question. How much did you guys spend on that prototype that you had?
Sorry, can you please repeat the question? You're not able to hear it.
You know, you had a prototype. How much
Yes.
did you spend on that prototype? How much money did you spend on that prototype?
Thank you for the question, sir. I'd like to answer the question. The budget used for the prototype was about $30 to $40 only.
All right, thank you very much.
It shows that our prototype is more not that costly and cheap.
Thank you, team. 5 minutes is up. Thank you very much. That was Team Bandits from Bodrick Secondary School. Next, let us hear from Team Stormwater Propaganda. Stormwater Propaganda, are you ready? If you are, time's up. Thank you. And your 10 minutes starts now.
Judges, how would you feel if the recording of this competition suddenly stopped and got deleted? Do you feel frustrated and angry? Or maybe even confused, upset? This is what fish farmers feel every time algae bloom occurs. resulting in many of their fish dying and all their hard work gone down the drain. Not only that, they also lose the income they would have gotten from the fish. Algae bloom wipes out the entire fish stock on a large scale, dealing a heavy blow to fish farms. However, this also affects us, from a struggling student to a busy working adult, or even a judge analyzing teams for science-based competition.
In 2015, 600 tons of fish was lost in a total of 55 fish farms due to algae bloom. This impacted their businesses to a large extent, as they were only able to minimize the losses by 10 to 15% of their fish. Similarly, in 2015 again, 4 to 5 fish farms each found $3,000 to $4,000 worth of fish dead in Lim Chu Kang. The suspected cause of death? Algae bloom. Fast forward a few years later in Pasir Ris Park. In 2020, Pasir Ris Park was lined with hundreds of dead fish as a result of a lack of oxygen in water.
We are Clarice, Chen, and Siri from Nanyang Girls High School Stormwater Propaganda, and today we hope to improve your perception on the damage stormwater does to our waters, and hence aim to create a solution that lessens or even prevents this damage from occurring. So how does algae bloom relate to stormwater runoff? Stormwater runoff is rainwater that collects excessive nutrients as it rushes towards water bodies. These nutrients, typically nitrate and phosphorus, cause eutrophication, which results in algae bloom.
This algae bloom competes with fish for dissolved oxygen and blocks out sunlight needed by aquatic plants to produce oxygen, causing a sudden decrease of oxygen levels in water and large number of fishes to die. It will also impact the quality of crop for farmers as it contaminates and pollutes them. It will also create toxins that are sometimes consumed by smaller fish and shellfish, and these toxins move up the food chain when bigger marine animals consume them. However, it also affects our health and affects how our blood carries oxygen and may sometimes cause stomach cramps, headaches, and vomiting.
Now they have understood the grave effects of algae bloom, let us dive deeper into this important issue. After a second workshop, we have decided to incorporate the feasibility funnel into our ideation process. The feasibility funnel helps us combine ideas together and eliminate them to give us the most suitable solution. We have decided not to use some of the Nexus tools in our ideation process, and if you'd like to know more about why we did not use them, we'll be more than happy to share with you during the Q&A.
Now, how can we better solve stormwater runoff to ensure a healthy survival of fish in a cheaper and more efficient way before 2030, in line with 30 by 30 plan and Green Plan Singapore? Our solution, Algarium, takes the form of a drainage cum filtering system. Chemical filtration is used to filter out nitrate and phosphorus from the stormwater that flows into the drain. First, rainwater that contains pollutants that needs to be filtered will enter directly from the drain, flowing directly into Algarium. And there will be one sensor right after the drain to detect the initial amount of phosphorus and nitrogen in the water. Next, there will be a layer of filtration, sand and gravel, to filter out the large solids such as metal scraps and rubbish like leaves that are able to slip past the drain cover. Then, it goes down to a layer of nitrate removal, nitrate chelator, FEMG, and LDH, which is an effective adsorbent for nitrate by ion exchange and electrostatic attraction. Now, the water will now only contain phosphorus, which will be filtered out by the third layer, chelating agent EDTA, by it bonding with the phosphorus. After the phosphorus atoms and the EDTA have been bonded together, the bonded compound and the smaller water molecules are pushed towards the filtration net, situated between the stormwater holding area and the pipe. Only water molecules will be able to pass through, as the EDTA compound is too large to pass through, hence effectively separating nitrogen and phosphorus from stormwater runoff. There will be another sensor right after the net to detect the amount of chemicals left, and if there is still excess chemicals, it is a signal that it is time to replace the chelating agents by the pipe at the site of Algarium. This is a vision of Algarium, where the rainwater flows through the drain and is filtered through different layers of filtration, and eventually clean filtered water will finally come out of the tube.
An inspiration for algarium would be the semi-permeable membrane in reverse osmosis used in Singapore. The filtering net in our system acts as the filtering net in our system acts as a semi-permeable membrane in reverse osmosis, which only allows filtered clean water to pass through. However, how is our filtration system different from reverse osmosis?
Reverse osmosis uses cross-hole filtration, which is a system whereby pollutants of water are pushed across the semi-permeable membrane, only allowing water molecules to pass through. However, a lot of water is being wasted in this process. Research shows that 4 tons of water is wasted to produce 1 gallon of water. Reverse osmosis for industries might cost up to $4 million. This also takes up a large land area, around 2.8 hectares of land. That's an estimation of 5 football fields. To compare it with algarium must be cleaned manually by manpower and is also portable, taking up very little land area, about a quarter of a football field. It also does not waste water, is energy efficient, and is also cost efficient since it does not require much land area and the materials for the filters are easily found. Its portability makes it accessible and easy to implement. This brings us to where exactly we plan to implement this. Starting with a more localized context, we will implement a few of these systems in drains with areas with high flood probabilities. It will be a trial period where we test the true effectiveness of our invention. When the effectiveness is proven to be high, publicity of algarium can spread the remote topics of stormwater runoff and algae bloom. This will increase public perception of the issue, raising awareness. They will also have more faith in algarium and its ability to prevent damage of stormwater runoff. For Singapore, we think that we can implement it to places that are more prone to floods as a result of heavy rain. This helps ensure that we reach the 30 by 30 plan faster. After that, there might be some more areas we can improve algarium on before implementing it to the rest of the world by 2050. Instead, with society progresses the goal of net zero emissions energy. Climate change not only affects Singapore, and there will be worse weather conditions in certain countries with heavier rainfall. With the implementation of our system in these areas, they will not suffer from the negative impacts of stormwater runoff.
Speaking of areas we need to improve algarium, there are of course some potential roadblocks. Algarium is not exactly the most sustainable since it uses a lot of materials such as nitrate chelator, as sand, etc. However, we can also, in a way, reuse and recycle these materials further. This brings us to the next question. Who's going to maintain it? Who's going to clean it? However, it can also, in a way, provide more job opportunities, and cleaning parts that this system implemented can also clean this prototype in a few minutes. Like all prototypes, no solution is perfect, and there are of course some unintended consequences. However, we are certain that the pros outweigh the cons and will benefit Singapore.
So what are the benefits? Firstly, there will be less of a no more algae blooms since we've already filtered the nutrients from the water. Secondly, since no more algae blooms, fish will not die as a result of decreased levels of oxygen in water. There could be more aquatic life like plants not needing to compete with algae for oxygen. Thirdly, this also results in better crops when farming, and farmers do not need to worry about this arising issue of algae bloom. Eutrophication will be reduced, helping with healthier and faster fish growth and fish reproduction in local farms. Lastly, with cleaner waters, you will not suffer from illnesses that results from high levels of nitrate in water, and marine animals will not be affected by toxins caused by algae bloom. Hence, now, with our system algarium, the way is paved towards Singapore's 30 by 30 goal, closing the loop of all the problems we have mentioned earlier that algae bloom would bring, eventually reaching Singapore Green Plan 2030 and 30 by 30 Singapore. This brings us to the end of the presentation. And remember, runoff makes fish run off. Thank you.
Thank you, team, for the presentation. Now we will move on to the 5 minutes of Q&A. Judges, please.
Thanks for that. That was extremely interesting. So if I understand you correctly, the problem is essentially phosphorus nitrates in water runoff. So the question I want to ask is, have you all had a look at whether that's a problem in normal stormwater runoff, which is what you refer to in your model, or agricultural runoff? Which is a bigger problem when you had a look at this?
We feel that stormwater runoff is a bigger problem.
Okay. Did you all, So this is the one where I'm curious. Do we normally have a lot of nitrates and phosphates in our natural rainwater runoff in Singapore?
So to continue with the question, stormwater runoff will become a more prevalent problem in Singapore because of climate change, and we cannot expect what will happen in the future because of global warming and climate change. And even though right now it might not be a high level of nitrogen in water, for example, the water we drink, but in the future, it is a very high possibility that this might happen. And with our system, we think that we can prevent that future from happening.
Okay, understood.
Assuming that there is high nitrogen and phosphate content, when you use up the material and you remove the byproducts that you filtered out from the rainwater, is there a way in which you could recover it? Can it be reused as maybe a fertilizer?
We researched this and we found out that nitrate chelator and phosphorus chelator really helps the plant to grow more healthily. And we feel that the used nitrate and phosphorus chelator could be used as a fertilizer, which makes our prototype more sustainable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, ladies, I have one question. There are fish farms in Singapore located off islands like Semakau, where they do all the waste disposal. Surprisingly, there are also fish farms over there. So how can your solution help them to prevent the algae bloom? Remember, this is open sea.
So because they'll have the fish farms and they can implement a drain system in their fish farm so that before the water reaches their fish farms, it can be filtered first before going into the fish farms.
Okay, but what if it's in an open sea? Is there any way you could, your solution may be able to solve their problems? Your problem will be useful if it's an enclosed fish farm. But what if it's in the open sea?
We are quite certain that the sea is not really, there's not much nitrate and phosphorus. And we feel that if it rains, the rainwater wouldn't contain much nitrate and phosphorus. We are mainly focusing on rainwater that's touched the soil, which is then contaminated with nitrate and phosphorus, and then we'll filter it out. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
To add on that,
Yeah.
like most of these nutrients like nitrate and phosphorus, they are usually found in fertilizer in soil, which is when rainwater falls from the sky and it sweeps up all the excessive nutrients in the soil and then goes into these water bodies. So our primary focus is on this issue instead of open sea.
So actually there's a clarification question I asked. In terms of the solution for fish farms, you were thinking of the open seas, or were you thinking more of Singapore's reservoir areas, which are freshwater contained?
We are focusing on Singapore reservoirs, and for now, because there are a lot of floods, so when these nutrients get in the reservoirs and etc., we'll be able to stop that. So for now, in the trial period, we'll be focusing on Singapore's reservoir and in Singapore land.
Thank you, team. Your 5 minutes is up. So that was stormwater propaganda from Nanyang Girls High School.
That was a missed opportunity.
We will proceed to the next team,
Yes.
Breakthrough. Breakthrough, are you ready? If you are, can you show me your thumbs? Thank you. Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, judges and fellow Singaporeans. We are Team Breakthrough from Raffles Girls' School. Our team comprises the three of us, Anushka, Clarissa, and Cheyenne.
Before we begin, here's an overview of our presentation today. This is our Nexus problem, where we chose to focus on energy efficiency as well as the creation of suitable water.
Singapore has 4 national taps: water from local catchment, imported water, new water, and desalinated water. With few natural resources, Singapore's capacity for local catchment is limited. Then, Singapore's water agreement with Malaysia is also expiring in 2061, jeopardizing our imported water tap. What will happen then? Our reliance on desalinated water will increase.
There are two existing methods for large-scale desalination plants: reverse osmosis, which is currently used by Singapore, and membrane distillation. While reverse osmosis is fast and gives high yield of highly purified water, its downsides lie in it being costly, energy-intensive, and requiring appropriate brine disposal. As for membrane distillation, there is no membrane fouling, and the water produced is highly purified, but it has low yield and high thermal energy consumption.
We found the scenario planning portion particularly useful when coming up with possible solutions. Feel free to scan the QR code above to access the full range of NX tools that we use. Envisioning our preferred future allowed us to prioritize environmental friendliness by increasing the efficiency of the desalination process, as well as the affordability by minimizing production costs. With this, we could model and make the necessary projections to design an innovative and targeted solution.
Introducing the DSN, a three-tiered solution of salt removal mechanisms. The names of the 3 tiers make up the acronym DSN. This is tier 1, whose name is D. D is a nanomembrane layer. Meet Sally. Sally has unidirectional bio-inspired ion pumps. Lastly, meet Nate. Nate is an electrodialysis system. Now, let's follow Willie, a water molecule, as he embarks on a journey and learns how the DSN produces potable water from seawater. Enjoy!
Oh my god, look at that huge structure. That's something new. I've never seen it here before. Let's go check it out.
A few moments later.
Wait, where am I? What's this?
Hello, I am Deep, the graphene nanobead membrane. Welcome to DSN, a system which purifies seawater. As water flows down, some sodium and chloride ions are trapped. This is because the sizes of the sodium and chloride ions are larger than the gaps between the nanobead membrane. However, this is not completely foolproof.
You're so knowledgeable. How long have you been here?
As mentioned earlier, I'm made of graphene, and graphene has great anti-fouling capacity. This means that the entire graphene membrane doesn't undergo membrane fouling, and I've never needed to be replaced. So I've been here right from the beginning. There is also another benefit of using graphene, as proven by the Royal Society of Chemistry publication, as well as the Physical Chemistry Chemical Physics Journal. The use of graphene material when integrated with the carbon nanomembrane provides a sustainable and effective method of filtering the water.
Oh, I see.
Now it's time for you to move on to the next tier. Bye!
What are those cigar-shaped structures?
Hey, I'm Sally, and this is the sodium and chloride ion pump layer. The cigar-shaped structures here are unidirectional, bio-inspired pumps. The pumps are made of cigar-shaped nanochannels with 2 gates at the ends. The pump is made out of a combination of PVP, PET, and PAA. Due to the cooperative pH response of the double-gate nanochannel, the gates can be opened and closed alternately under asymmetric pH environments. Continuous switching of the asymmetric pH stimuli allows Na+ and Cl- ions to be pumped unidirectionally across the membrane, allowing us to obtain clean water on the right side of the membrane. The proof of concept is from a research article published by the American Chemical Society. The graphs confirm unidirectional ion transport as the ion concentration inside the nanochannel was always very low at positive voltages, indicated by the red lines, but very much higher at negative voltages, indicated by the blue lines. The water in the right will flow to the tank after being filtered, while the brine in the left will flow down the pipe to tier 3.
Ah, I see. This is really just like passing through a normal gateway. Whoa! Wow, where am I now? What happens here?
Hello, I am Nate. This is where most of the magic happens. As mentioned by Sally, the water from Tier 2 steepens the concentration gradient, making this tier extremely energy efficient. Thus, movement of ions increases with increasing salinity. This tier makes use of electrodialysis, which involves the generation of an electric field between two electrodes, separated by an anion and a cation membrane. In an electrodialysis stack, there are two different streams, the dilute feed stream, which is clean water, and brine stream. Under the influence of an electrical potential difference, the anions in the brine stream move towards the anode and become lodged in the dilute stream, where they become concentrated. The cations in the brine stream move towards the cathode and also become lodged in the dilute stream, so the overall charge balance of the system is maintained. The pure water then gets sent to the same tank containing potable water. The proof of concept for this layer is from the International Journal of Low Carbon Technologies, also where electrodialysis was cited as a membrane process that contributes to the effective desalination of water powered by electricity.
Wow! I have learned so much today. This is such a complex and systematic way of desalinating water. Now it's time for me to go home and share with my friends what I've learned. Bye everyone!
After going through D, Sally, and Nate, seawater is desalinated.
On to the evaluation of our solution. We'll begin with sharing what makes our solution novel, our multi-layered system, groundbreaking technology, and waste management.
By incorporating a multi-layered approach, we were able to innovatively reduce the overall energy consumption of our solution. We leveraged on the first two tiers to enhance the performance of the final and most crucial tier, electrodialysis.
We also incorporate groundbreaking technology such as unidirectional ion pumps in Tier 2 under Sally. These artificial pumps employ biomimetics, emulating ion pumps found in living organisms just like you. Such technology also opens up new doors, even in other industries such as energy harvesting.
The way our solution handles waste products is also sustainable and seamless. So the first tier, the graphene nanobeads produce clean hydrogen gas as the only byproduct. The valuable graphene can then be easily recycled and harnessed for use in various industries, such as to enhance electronics, composites, and concrete. As for Tier 3, we increase the salinity of the feed water by rechanneling the concentrated brine generated at the end back to the start of the tier. Efficiency of the electrodialysis process increases with increasing salinity of water due to the steeper concentration gradient.
Next, we'll be introducing the significance of the benefits of our solution. The lower energy requirement of our solution reduces the amount of fossil fuels burned, allowing Singapore's limited fossil fuel supplies to continue to meet our needs further into the future. It also helps to lower our greenhouse gas emissions. This in turn helps to slow down and mitigate the adverse impacts of global warming.
Singapore's current practice of discharging desalination brine into the sea risks affecting seawater quality. Our solution rechannels brine back into the Tier 3 of the system such that there is no output of brine, avoiding all hassle and hazards associated with brine disposal. This also lowers financial costs relating to brine disposal.
Moving on, let's discuss the levels of impacts of our solution. The low production cost of the process would enable the government to rechannel more money into the better distribution of water to citizens. This, however, our machine does have relatively high maintenance costs in exchange for sustainability in the long run.
From the political perspective, we would be the first country to introduce this method, leading to greater positive international reception. Singapore will be setting an attainable example, elevating our standing in the STEM field. It could also give our scientists more repute and lead to more extensive funding for research.
The low cost of the water would grant all Singaporeans greater accessibility to it, as well as allow Singapore to safeguard her water resources during periods of emergencies.
Lastly, here are our reflections. NX tools from creative and analytical thinking, allowing us to evaluate the feasibility of our solutions. Thus, we can put them to use in so many other aspects of our daily lives, such as in school or at work. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Breakthrough, for the presentation. And your 5 minutes of Q&A starts now. Judges, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I think it's rather funny with your D, Sally, and Nate. Right? I think that really caught my attention. My first question would be, you have mentioned that this is much more energy efficient. So if you are to compare with your typical reverse osmosis, how much energy does this compare to that?
Thank you for your question. So according to our calculations, our method here would take about 1.75 kilowatts of energy per hour for a cubic meter, as compared to the normal reverse osmosis method, which takes 3.5 kilowatts per hour for each cubic meter. So putting that in percentages, that's about a 60% increase in energy efficiency.
And related to that question, just to add on to that, your membrane you mentioned is reusable. How big the size of your graphene nanotube membrane would you then have to deploy in order to achieve this?
I think the size of the graphene nanobead membrane can be changed because the graphene nanobead membrane is actually quite easily obtainable, because right now it can be found in the market. And I think, although we haven't decided on the fixed size of our plant yet, we do believe that regardless of how big we choose it to be, it is possible to implement.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thanks for that. I wanted to ask a question, and unlike my fellow judge here, I have no sense of humor, so I did not appreciate the Sally and Nate. One thing about the membranes, or rather the combination of these three technologies, have you built or tested the concept and see whether these three work together?
We haven't managed to make a physical prototype yet, but what we did was we based our proof of concept on the existing research and reference materials that we could find out there. And I think the main reason why we chose to do this was because the fact that many of the technologies that we are employing here is very new and hasn't been commercialized yet. For instance, the bio-inspired ion pumps. So we felt that we wanted to give the most authentic and the most true representation of these technologies. So we decided to go using the route of existing scientific journals and products in existing scientific journals and articles instead of making the prototypes ourselves.
Understood.
Furthermore, because we aren't exactly incorporating all three different mechanisms together, we are using them individually and then leading them from one tier to another. We believe that just the proof of concept of each individual mechanism is good enough to prove that our solution is feasible and effective.
Understood. So if I carry on down that path, do you know of anywhere else that has tried to put these three techniques together?
I think that's where we decided to have our novelty come in. So although these methods have been trialed before, whether in research or for some they have been commercialized, such as electrodialysis, none of them, no country or organization has ever put the three layers together. And that's where we thought would be very novel, and we wanted to be a pioneer in this area. So that's why we chose to use this in our solution.
Okay, understand. Okay, so then, based on the energy consumption you just quoted, what did you use to build up the scalability, or let's say your belief in the viability of these three to put together?
Thank you for your question. So to just answer it, so essentially we used, like Cheyenne and Clarissa before me mentioned, we used a lot of the scientific journals and that proof of concept to support the viability of the scientific process. As for the business aspect of it, we based our quotes that are after the Q&A slides. If you would be looking at the deck, the quoted quantity and the money involved would be based on a Texas biennial water report, which says that for 2.5 million gallons of water, about a $42 million investment was made into a pilot plant. So that's the kind of investment we are looking to have in our pilot plant, because we do believe that by segmenting the different areas that we will need to invest in, such as construction and testing, as well as the actual outroll of the entire system, we do believe that we can test, construct, and eventually distribute our water to the masses. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Your 5 minutes is up. So that was Team Breakthrough from Raffles Girls' School. Now, our judges will take 10 minutes to evaluate these 3 teams. We will be back soon, and do stay tuned.
Someone's here.
Hi. Stop it,
It produces its own light.
Okay, so how do you think night sky would look like if the Earth had 2 moons like Mars?
No, the gravitational effects it will
Just
have on
ignore the
Earth.
gravitational effects, okay? Just focus on how pretty it will look with 2 moons just reflecting off each other.
That's not how moons work, they're not moons. Focus please, I thought I got presentation tomorrow.
I don't want. Strategies we'll use to promote a trip to the moon. Firstly,
Hey.
hey, so nice, right? So round.
It's so bright. And you can see the craters on it.
No point. Later your ears get cut off. You don't know, man?
What?
I think it'll be better with 2 moons, right?
2 moons again? Did your presentation go okay?
I blanked out. Don't ask why.
Are you free tonight?
I'll just be mourning for my grades tonight. Oh, look at the telescopes.
There's a bigger one there.
Okay, this is so cool.
Go for it.
Okay. Whoa, look at that. Wow. You wanna try?
Yeah.
Young love, bent out of shape. I hope it's not too late.
For you.
You see me, I hold you. Ever since the touch, I felt the rush of young love. I can't help but want you, dear. Can you hear me calling out, young love, don't disappear.
So, with the magnetic force pulling the items upwards, both the paperclip and the coin can now stand on their own. Class, do you have any questions?
But how does the magnetic force counter gravity? Should I ask? I don't want to sound stupid in front of the class. Should I sit with them?
Very spectacular, but also terrifying. Right here at Science Centre Singapore, we are able to view the fire tornado in an up-close, safe and controlled environment. There are also other places where you can view fire tornadoes. Unfortunately, those will be at the bush fire or forest fire.
I guess no one will realize if I'm gone anyway. Electricity zips through the air, creating sparks. Wow! A robotic origami flower. The brain can be tricked. The more times light bounces, the more reflections we see. If a material can be charged, it can store static electricity. Wingardium Leviosa!
What's he doing? Let's proceed. Let's proceed.
Can I borrow a bottle? And release the pressure of the compressed air.
Hi everyone, my name is Jen and welcome to the first episode of Science. What? Today we are going to be doing the elephant toothpaste, but before that, safety first. Now that we're ready, let's proceed on with the experiment. Here's what you need. 30% hydrogen peroxide, liquid soap, potassium iodide, 2 food coloring of your choice, and last but not least, 2 large beakers to dump everything into. First up, we're gonna need 300 milliliters of hydrogen peroxide into the beaker over here. A few drops or squirts of soap. And of course, we're gonna need to give it a good mix. Next, we will be needing 100 milliliters of concentrated potassium iodide, which I have prepared over here. And now for the fun part, we're gonna be mixing both solutions together. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. And that was foam-tastic! Now what exactly happened here
hydrogen peroxide was actually broken up into oxygen and water. And the oxygen built up while trapped in the soap, creating this intense burst of foam. And that was the end of the experiment for our episode. Do comment and subscribe and tell us what you guys would like to see more of in the comments down below. So my name is Jen, and remember guys to keep asking science. What? Bye!
I would like the world to be sustainable, one where man's needs can be met without creating problems for the earth. However, if we fail to address issues such as food scarcity, lack of clean water, and energy,
there will be increasing problems for humankind. Eventually, Earth may not be able to sustain life. By making small amendments in our own lives and encouraging others to do the same, we can make a positive impact. I want to be an agent of change, which is why I joined the NXplorers program. It introduces complex and creative thinking skills and equips young people like us with the tools we need to apply them.
I believe that through this challenge, we would learn something new and useful. It is an opportunity to apply what we learn in real life. We were first exposed to important Nexus tools, which are very useful in considering perspectives of other stakeholders, exploring alternatives, and making decisions.
We also went on an industrial visit to Jurong Island. It was really fun, and it provided my team invaluable information about the application of technologies in the real world.
To qualify for the finals, we had to pitch our idea to Shell. Our team wants to create a sustainable way to desalinate water by using solar energy.
Our team has come up with solutions to harness energy and water to resolve crop production issues. Standing before the judges was really nerve-wracking. There were many great ideas proposed.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Hope you have a good break. Let us invite Team Wishiwashi for their presentation. Wishiwashi, are you ready? If yes, can you give me your thumbs up? Thank you. And your time minutes starts now.
Good afternoon. We are Wishiwashi from SJI, comprising of Wei Lun, Horatius, Matthew, Everett, and myself, Kieran, and our mentor, Mr. Chang. Today, we are very excited to present to you our future of the future. Let's start off with a fun fact. On average, 1,627 liters of water is used per day in total in Singapore, and Singaporeans use 141 liters of water per person per day for domestic purposes only. As you can see, water stress in Singapore is a pressing problem. To further elaborate, in just 1 hour, Singapore's water usage can fill up 27 Olympic-sized swimming pools. With water stress so prevalent in Singapore, we crafted a problem statement. How can we reduce domestic water consumption in Singapore without a major increase in energy consumption? So our group likes to begin with the end in mind. Therefore, to give you a better idea of how our prototype works to save water, this is our prototype end product. We will further elaborate on how this works with a video. Now we will walk you through the process of how we created this prototype. Firstly, after identifying our problem, we use the connection circle tool to identify the different factors in the situation and determine which one has the most impact on the issue. We would like to draw your attention to the overconsumption and wastage of water, and the efficient usage of water, which are the most impactful with most errors linked to the two. To elaborate on the first point of leverage, the overconsumption of water is affected by many factors as can be seen here. These lead back to our second point of leverage, the efficiency of water usage. We found it very impactful to tackle the problem to enable Singaporeans to only use the water resources required for activities or processes to be carried out, and nothing more than that. To better understand the situation at hand and to come up with a solution, we role-played as the stakeholders. This allowed us to design a product that accommodates all of them. The stakeholders are listed as shown.
With the opinions and needs of the stakeholders in mind, we decided that the future we prefer is one where the efficiency of water usage is increased and overconsumption is decreased. By increasing the efficient usage of water, all households, no matter the income, will benefit as they are able to recycle water, spending less money on water. In short, there is a high demand for water and many a time overconsumption of water. We aim to achieve a future where water usage is reduced and water is recycled, reducing the demand for water. After determining the pros and cons of each idea, we created a set of important criteria which for our product based on the needs of our stakeholders. We determined it was important that our product was impactful in reducing water usage, user-friendly, affordable for consumers, and novel. With our preferred future in mind, we brainstormed on ideas which would help us tackle water consumption, taking the pros and cons of each idea into consideration and ranking them based on the determined important criteria. We decided to build a contraption that adds sodium chloride to laundry water, which exits the washing machine and after a while filters it. Sodium chloride solidifies soap molecules, and activated carbon is also used to absorb other chemicals after the coagulation step to ensure safety of water. However, we decided to further refine and revise our initial idea. After some research, we decided to change our coagulant from sodium chloride to calcium hydroxide, as we had discovered that calcium hydroxide is often used in agriculture as it neutralizes acidic soil and provides calcium, which promotes plant growth. Since the filtered water is intended to be able to use to water plants, this will be very useful.
To test the feasibility of our idea, we decided to conduct a lab experiment. Up to this point, we had only done secondary research and thus needed to confirm our findings. We conducted experiments to determine the estimated optimal amount of calcium hydroxide needed for coagulation, as well as determine the practicality of using the filtered water on plants. First, we created 3 setups. For each setup, we mixed a fixed amount of laundry detergent powder together with water and stirred in 5, 10, and 20 grams of calcium hydroxide. We then let each mixture set for 20 minutes before filtering them. Next, calibrated turbidity sensor was used to determine the cloudiness of the filtrate. We discovered the sample with 10 grams of calcium hydroxide did the best as it had a lower turbidity of 120 NTU compared to the others which had about 160 NTU. Hence, we managed to determine the optimal amount of calcium hydroxide needed to coagulate a certain amount of soap. Our second experiment included laundry water, which we obtained from different laundry machines to give a more accurate representation. Using the optimal amount of calcium hydroxide to soap ratio, which we determined in the first experiment, we calculated the amount of calcium hydroxide needed for each sample of laundry water. To these mixtures, we also added in activated charcoal to further remove impurities. After filtering out the mixtures, further testing with real plants were conducted to ensure that the water was suitable for use. We decided to test the 2 samples obtained from the laundry water by using them to germinate green beans. A control setup was also created, which was watered with purified water. The containers were placed in a warm corner, and every day, 6 milliliters of water was added to the soil around each seed to promote germination. Results were recorded once a day at a fixed time. After 5 days, it was noticeable that the growth of the plants watered with calcium hydroxide treated water exceeded that of the control setup with purified water, proving our hypothesis and confirming our research that calcium acts as a mineral for the plants, which helps in a plant's growth. And the alkalinity of calcium hydroxide neutralizes the acidic soil and provides a more conducive environment for plant growth.
To explain the process in a more scientific manner, in the contraction, firstly, the coagulant calcium hydroxide is added to the laundry water, creating a chemical reaction that eliminates negative charges between ions that cause the particles to repel one another. This process is known as coagulation. The mixture is then stirred to agitate it to help the soap molecules clump together and settle at the bottom of the mixture. Activated carbon is also added for adsorption of other chemicals from the laundry water, which are drawn into the millions of pores on the surface of activated carbon to van der Waals forces and induce dipole reactions. This mixture is then filtered through filter paper to remove the impurities, producing cleaner water safe for watering plants and flushing toilets. With this process, we can save around 426 liters of water a week, which provides enough water to flush the toilet 65 times and even water 39 plants. Then we made use of the ripple effect tool to analyze the consequences of implementing our product and what challenges and obstacles might be faced. Take a look. To minimize any negative knock-on effects of the contraption, we calculated the amount of calcium hydroxide needed for most efficient coagulation through experimentation as mentioned earlier. This reduces the overall consumption of calcium hydroxide and activated carbon, thus conserving energy. To filter the coagulated soap out of the water, in trying to save energy, we relied mostly on gravity to remove the unwanted particles from the water. After calculation, it was determined that for each load, which is about 72 liters of water, only about 150 grams of calcium hydroxide and 75 grams of activated carbon is needed. By calculations of cost of materials needed for this reaction, to filter each load, less than $1.50 is required, making this product affordable.
In conclusion, our product saves water and is energy efficient. There is thus less damage to the environment, and together we can create a sustainable future through NXplorers. It is simple, effective, and solves a very real problem. Thank you, and we hope you have enjoyed the filter of the future.
Hi, I don't think you can hear you, sorry.
So we're not hearing anything on our end, like nothing at all. Like silent.
Still muted on
No, it's different.
All right, we'll pause the Q&A session. We'll give you 2 minutes to recover.
Okay, so do we go? Okay, you should be able to hear us now.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that's good. So I'll come back to my question. In terms of the water that you recover, what other uses did you think of besides plants and toilets?
So besides plants and toilets, besides plants and toilets, there are many other uses that they are not primary uses, but the other uses such as mopping the floor and washing windows, because this water that we actually have is clean enough to perform these functions.
Okay, thanks. In the contraption that you've done, how is slightly two questions, a small one and a bigger one. How do you remove the contaminants, the coagulants from it? That's the first question. Second thing is, how would you then dispose of it and the impact thereof on the environment?
At the start of the contraption, there is a small door where you can remove the filter paper, and on the filter paper will also have the chemicals.
How would you dispose of it?
to dispose of it for activated carbon, using we can separate it from the calcium hydroxide. So the activated carbon can be sent to the reactivation facility in Tuas. There is one that can reactivate the activated carbon. And for calcium hydroxide, unfortunately, this is a small amount, so it would not affect the environment too much, but it has to be disposed of.
Thanks. Last one, in terms of cost benefits, you did talk about 72 liters of water, $1.50 in order to recover that. How does that compare versus fresh water? Or tap water, sorry.
Okay, so our main point of the contraption is to use is to recycle water, the 72 liters which we use from the washing machine. Unfortunately we didn't really research into how much water we save in terms of watering and flushing the toilets. However, the water which we use reuse can be used to flush toilets and water plants. Okay, it's about 27. Sorry again. Okay, sorry. The water that we put in is reused. The 72 liters of water. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks. I think the judges are good. No further questions.
All right, thank you. And that was Wishiwashi from St. Joseph's Institution. Next, let us hear from Team ERA. ERA, are you ready? If you are, can you show me a thumbs up? Thank you. You may begin. Your time starts now.
From syringes to masks and personal protective equipment, hospitals generate tons of waste, even more so with the COVID-19 pandemic, due to an increasing number of patients and vaccines, as well as higher hygiene standards. Along with it, hospitals' energy consumption has also increased. Such an increase means that energy has to be obtained quickly, economically, and sustainably.
This case study of hospitals can be broadened to problems that we are all familiar with: single-use plastic waste and sustainable energy sources. These two issues are major global environmental concerns that affect every single one of us. This got us thinking, is there a way that we can solve both problems?
Good afternoon, judges. We are Team ERA from Raffles Girls' School, consisting of Kaylee, Jia, Kaylin, Avani, and Axel. Today, we will be covering our problem statement, applications of NX tools, our solution and its novelty, as well as a short reflection.
To begin, the two problems. Inspired by the case study of hospitals, the nexus problem our team chose to focus on was energy.
With geographical constraints to adopting many alternative energy methods, Singapore currently depends heavily on imported, non-renewable sources of energy. This is not economically or environmentally sustainable in the long run, especially with higher energy consumer demands given Singapore's increasing digital usage. Therefore, we need a more reliable, secure, and clean energy source.
And now, another closely associated problem: plastic waste. As mentioned earlier, the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the disposal rate of single-use plastics, especially in the medical clinical sector. This increased common disposal of medical plastics has prompted us to relook at how we can leverage on the increasing plastic waste issues in Singapore.
Considering these two issues, this begs the question, what if we tap on both? Alternative sustainable energy sources seem to be in deficit, while plastic waste definitely seems to be in surplus. This brings us to our problem statement. How can we effectively leverage on Singapore's waste to create energy?
To begin, we analyze the situation with the help of several NX tools. In the perspective circle, we consider the viewpoints of various stakeholders, as shown here. To simplify this, we sorted them into three categories: government, industry, and society. Industrial stakeholders are focused on the reliability and security of the new solution, while societal concerns are about the sustainability and cost. Governmental concerns thus encompass all of these various views.
Another NX tool we used was the scenario planning quadrant. This helped us analyze where Singapore currently stands in this issue, using non-renewable energy and generating high amounts of waste and emissions. by identifying the consequences using the PPEX model, which stands for physical, political, economic, cultural, and social. We drew up what our preferred future looks like. The future that we want to see is one where we can tap on both points of leverage, capitalizing on waste resources in Singapore and ensuring sustainability.
Hence, our solution, converting medical plastic waste into biofuels by implementing an add-on feature to our hospitals, small-scale pyrolysis units.
Pyrolysis. Pyrolysis is the thermal degradation of long-chain polymer molecules into less complex, smaller molecules. For example, waste plastic can be converted into fuels by pyrolysis, which can be reused to compensate for the energy requirement of the pyrolysis plant. Pyrolysis has an advantage over common recycling processes, since handling is much easier because it does not require an intense sorting process.
How does pyrolysis work? The 5 simplified steps of pyrolysis are: first, pretreatment; second, shredding; third, pyrolysis; fourth, condensation; and lastly, refining.
Pretreatment removes any foreign matter before being shredded and condensed to facilitate easier handling. Then they are sent to a chamber where plastics are heated up to 450 degrees Celsius in the presence of a catalyst, which helps reduce the temperature needed for the process.
The products formed are oil, gas, and carbon black, or ash.
Oil is sent to a refinery chamber and undergoes combustion to be converted into electricity. The gas produced is then condensed and can be recycled back into the furnace to heat the reactants, and the remaining carbon black is used as slag for construction or as a replacement to coal.
Now that we all understand how pyrolysis works, we will be bringing you through how this can be integrated into hospitals and why it is novel and especially relevant to Singapore's context.
Besides being more versatile, which is good for Singapore's lack of land space, these small-scale pyrolysis units can be built beside hospital boundaries, saving costs on transportation and handling.
Some industrial companies have introduced small-scale pyrolysis units. A notable one, the Bestin BLJ6, has a relatively low power rating of 24 kilowatts per hour, and pyrolysis could be conducted by batch for medical waste, which is more practical in hospitals compared to large-scale pyrolysis plants.
Singapore's daily volume of biohazardous medical waste in 2020 was 50% higher than that in 2019. However, currently no biohazardous waste is recycled at all. Hospitals dispose of this waste by transporting them to special waste management facilities where the waste is then incinerated.
While incineration plants in Singapore adopt a waste-to-energy approach, it still leaves behind a great amount of waste. So great that the NEA expects Semakau landfill to be fully filled by 2035.
Incineration also requires a substantial amount of energy, requiring high temperatures of about 850 to 1000 degrees Celsius, and exacerbates environmental burdens caused by greenhouse gas release. In comparison, less waste is produced via pyrolysis, which reduces environmental degradation of Singapore's landfills. As seen here, the waste produced can also be reused, hence essentially being zero waste.
With this paradigm shift in the role of pyrolysis as a sustainable waste management method, we propose to incorporate small-scale pyrolysis units into hospitals, which contribute to a positive circular waste economy.
This recovered energy can then be redirected to supply electricity used within hospitals. Depending on a hospital's size and resources available, they may choose to have a combustion unit on site to process the fuels directly or send them to an external plant to be sent back as energy. It also reduces the amount of fuel that needs to be refined from crude oil for better life cycle savings.
Having small-scale pyrolysis units would allow a substantial amount of energy to be recovered instead of letting this untapped energy potential be wasted. By performing internal pyrolysis, hospitals can turn their waste into reusable energy to supply their high energy demands. Hospitals will be more self-reliant in terms of their energy needs, which contributes to Singapore's goal of becoming a zero-waste nation, as well as being able to achieve energy security and self-reliability. If a positive circular waste economy can be created in hospitals, we are confident that this solution can be expanded further to other areas, creating a greater environmental impact in Singapore.
Last but not least, our reflection. This journey was definitely no easy feat. In fact, this solution has been the fourth idea that our team worked on for this competition. We started off with completely different ideas of using pressure and chemical reactions to generate energy, but we often had to return to square one after considering the feasibility of our solutions. But we never gave up.
With the use of NX tools, we frequently evaluated our thinking process step by step, from understanding the problem to brainstorming and then to ideation. The tools also enabled us to consider the problems from multiple stakeholder perspectives, which helped us look at our project from angles we didn't even see before.
For example, while struggling with the scale of our solution, we used the perspective circle to help us consider stakeholder perspectives. This allowed us to narrow down to a small-scale solution that was more appropriate in regards to current circumstances. Through this experience, we have come to appreciate how NX tools can even be used in various situations in our daily life, as a critical thinking and process-based approach, such as in planning school projects or other initiatives. We now understand the importance of having a broad scope of consideration to create an effective and holistic solution that best addresses our society's needs in line with the Nexus issue.
We would also like to extend our most heartfelt gratitude to our mentors, Ms. Min and Ms. Chia, for always being there for us. We could never have done it without you. And finally, we have come to the end of our presentation. Thank you all for listening, and we look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Team ERA, for your presentation. We'll move on to the 5 minutes Q&A. Judges, you may begin.
Ladies, thank you very much. That was a great presentation. I enjoyed thoroughly. Just one question from me. Has this concept or plan been implemented elsewhere in this world?
Hi, thank you for your question. So yes, actually this is an industrial model that has already been implemented in like some companies in Turkey, Zimbabwe, and Hungary. And yeah, and pyrolysis has always been actually a mature technology that has been used in several areas in the world. Yes.
Do you think that medical waste, I understand there are plenty, but to site this so-called paralysis plant just beside a hospital would actually create some kind of air pollution?
Hi, thank you for your question. Yes, we are aware that there are some harmful air emissions that come out of the pyrolysis process. For example, synthetic gas, which consists mainly of carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and methane. However, synthetic gas, which is also known as syngas, it can actually be recycled to refuel the pyrolysis process, and this actually cuts down on the amount of waste emissions that the process produces. Additionally, another advantage of recycling the syngas concerns the elimination of particles. When burning the syngas, the high heat eliminates particles which actually harm the environment and human health. So the final exhaust gases are thus clean of heavy molecules and particles, resulting in a much smaller environmental footprint. We are also aware that there might be safety concerns with the pyrolysis plant being placed near a hospital. However, we can counteract this by ensuring strong ventilation on the pyrolysis plant and also making it planting it in the vicinity of a hospital, but at a safe distance with appropriate safety boundaries and regulations that are put in place to ensure the safety of patients and passersby. Thank you.
Okay, I've got two questions, one big, one small. And the big one is, when you went through this, why would you consider each hospital building their own facility rather than at a national level or an industry level?
Thank you for your question, judges. We decided to implement it on a small-scale pyrolysis unit basis because, firstly, we feel that this would be a better compromise between the energy efficiency and also the long-term operation energy requirements of the plant. So, according to our research we saw on the NYGH website, Singapore actually generates about 5,700 tons of biohazardous waste in 2020, and Singapore has 22 hospitals. So we calculated that it would take about 8 days for each hospital to accumulate a full batch of biohazardous feedstock in relation to the capacity of this small pyrolysis unit. And we felt that our solution would make sense because in comparison to like a large-scale pyrolysis plant, this would actually still require like a very high temperature and pressure, which would translate to like a very moderately high energy input and consumption. Therefore, the continuous running of the plant, which is how it is carried out in a large-scale pyrolysis plant, might not actually be the most energy efficient. And we felt that therefore, our solution, if we conducted pyrolysis on a weekly basis, this would make sense because this would allow it to be conducted. This will allow pyrolysis to be conducted by batch when it reaches full capacity instead of continuously like in large-scale pyrolysis plants. And this means that less energy would be wasted for the pyrolysis plant to run continuously. And this could strike a better balance so as to better compensate for the energy input. And also another reason why we decided to implement it on a small scale basis also is because pyrolysis is a very new technology to Singapore and has never been implemented before. So it will make sense to implement it on a small scale basis first to test its efficacy and also in compromise with land constraints and operational costs.
Okay, then my small question with regards to medical waste. One of the issues is composition of the mix itself, that you want to go for pyrolysis. On masks, you're going to have a metal band, you're going to have metal bits and pieces. And the issue with medical waste is biohazard, so the sorting of the waste is an issue. Have you all thought about that?
Thank you for your question, judges. Actually, for this question, we have actually discussed this and done our research. So in a hospital, there are different types of waste, and all of which are disposed of and handled in a different manner. And since the waste were already being sorted out for us, we will only tap on the waste products which can be pyrolyzed to produce energy. So for example, we will not use pathological waste, which include human tissues, organs, or fluids, body parts, or contaminated and animal carcasses, or sharps waste, including syringes, needles, disposable scalpels, and blades, etc., to be pyrolyzed for energy. So our
team.
solution
Your
in
5
essence
minutes is up.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. And that was Team Era from Raffles Girls' School. Now, next, let us proceed to Team CUH. CUH, are you ready? If you are, can you show me your thumbs up? All right, thank you. Your 10 minutes starts now.
When I was doing our confidence triangle, I came across Singapore's green plan. More specifically, have you heard about Singapore 30 by 30 goal to produce 30% of our food locally by 2030? But do you know that right now we're only producing 10%, and these are mostly farm eggs and veggies? Honestly, I feel it will be difficult for the government to increase the seafood supply as water quality has been deteriorating. Good question. As technology has become more prominent in our daily lives, there has been an increase in carbon dioxide levels. This results in global warming and ocean acidification, which are becoming a threat to water quality. Therefore, it is more challenging for marine life to thrive. Maybe we need to zoom out and tackle it from the root. Based on our connection circle, we have identified two main points of leverages: technology and carbon emissions.
All right, team, we will pause your presentation for 2 minutes for you to recover.
Yeah.
Hi team, due to technical difficulty, we'll restart your presentation. So your 10 minutes starts now.
NYGH from Logic Secondary School. Today, we will be covering 5 parts in our presentation, starting with the Nexus Challenge.
When I was doing our confidence triangle, I came across Singapore's green plan. More specifically, have you heard about Singapore's 30 by 30 goal to produce 30% of our food locally by 2030? But do you know that right now we're only producing 10%, and these are mostly farm eggs and veggies?
Oh, really? How about seafood? I'm sure Singapore can provide more fresher fish instead of frozen ones, right? And shouldn't this be easy since Singapore is surrounded by the sea?
Honestly, I feel it will be difficult for the government to increase the seafood supply as water quality has been deteriorating.
Oh, but why so?
Good question. As technology has become more permanent in our daily lives, there has been an increase in carbon dioxide levels. This results in global warming and ocean acidification, which are becoming a threat to water quality. Therefore, it is more challenging for marine life to thrive.
So, how can we ensure a sustainable seafood supply in the waters of Singapore?
Maybe we need to zoom out and tackle it from the root. Based on our connection circle, we have identified 2 main points of leverages: technology and carbon emissions.
Actually, you're right, you're seeing, since the increase of CO2 in the atmosphere has led to unhealthy seafood supply, in order to ensure that it stays healthy, we need to reduce CO2 levels to slow down the rate of ocean acidification and hence provide an optimum environment for marine creatures to survive. But what causes the rise in CO2 levels? One major source of carbon emissions in Singapore is transportation. Thus, we have come up with 2 possible solutions, and they are increasing electric cars and our solution, Greenstein, which targets SBS buses. After much consideration using NX tools such as feasibility funnel and the scalper tool, we have decided on Greenstein as our proposed solution. So why didn't we choose to increase electric cars? Firstly, neighboring countries like Malaysia have no station charges. People who travel to Malaysia via electric cars will find it inconvenient to recharge their cars. Secondly, it is unrealistic to switch all petrol cars into electric cars in a short period of time. Thirdly, electric cars are also not designed to accommodate some car owners' needs or wants. And lastly, it will increase the rate of unemployment in Singapore as workers in petrol stations will lose their jobs. Next, you might wonder, why did we choose to only target SBS buses? SBS Bus is a government-sanctioned company. Therefore, it will be within our control to implement Greenstein on them, whereas it will not be within our control to implement Greenstein on ships that come from all over the world to Singapore. And it is also not feasible to implement Greenstein on normal cars as there are too many different models and thus different systems. And not all drivers will accept a tank on top of their cars.
In line with other efforts to make use of underutilized space on tour buses like Garden on the Move, we present Greenstein. So how does Greenstein work? Firstly, we'll be using a linking pipe to connect the exhaust pipe of buses at the collecting tank to the collecting tank so that exhaust gas can flow through the 2 ceramic membranes. Oxygen, carbon monoxide, and nitrogen will be filtered out, where CO2 and SO2 will travel through calcium chloride, which dries the gases. Dry CO2 will then be collected in the second collecting tank. To help with the understanding of our solution, we have illustrated a bird's eye view drawing of our prototype. We will now show you how our solution works. In the video, the ping pong ball represents carbon dioxide, while marbles represent other gases. Let's watch how the carbon dioxide get collected.
Ceramic membrane, which is where the smaller gases will exist. Carbon dioxide will then pass through calcium chloride and enter the inner tank.
So, how do you select the materials? The material we have chosen for the linking pipe and connecting tank is fiberglass. This is because fiberglass have a high melting point of 1510 degrees Celsius. It's a good insulator of heat and it's also lightweight. Its insulating properties will then prevent anyone from being burned by the heat of exhaust gases when extracting carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide from it. Moving on, ceramic membrane has a high temperature filtration of up to 500 degrees Celsius, which can safely withstand the average temperature of exhaust gases and allow the tour buses not to be overheated. Also, serum membrane can withstand extreme pH conditions, so it will be able to contain any acidic gases. Moreover, it's very easy to clean by using aggressive chemicals, organic solvents, or hot water and steam. Please have a look at the measurements of the collecting tanks and serum membrane tubes. We have ensured that it will be sufficient to contain the gases by calculating the estimated maximum volume of gas produced by taking the longest pass route.
Now, I'll bring you through the collection process of CO2 as well as its subsequent uses. Firstly, at bus interchanges, CO2 collecting machines will be installed at each individual bus slot. The employees will use it to collect the CO2 from the tank on top of the buses. The nozzle will be inserted to the opening at the top of the collecting tank. It works as a vacuum, which sucks out CO2 from the collecting tank into the CO2 tank inside the collecting machine. These tanks will be loaded onto transport vehicles during the night and be transported to Calgon Carbon Industries. It will then be purified at Calgon Carbon Industries into pure CO2 and made into things like activated carbon, which can be used in things like methane and air and water purification. Next, I'll be evaluating the intended and unintended consequences that our solution will bring about. Firstly, when the amount of CO2 in the atmosphere decreases, the acidity of seawater and greenhouse effect will be relatively low, and temperatures will also rise at a slower rate, which reduces the growth of algae and other bacteria which is harmful to marine life. We strongly believe that these outcomes will allow us to form more stable and healthy seafood supply. This is because bus transportation contributes to 14% of Singapore's carbon footprint. Hence, by targeting this issue through Greenstein, there will be a significant reduction of Singapore's carbon footprint. Moreover, the unemployment rate in Singapore of 4.2% will decrease and everyone will benefit from fresher air. Secondly, I'll be evaluating the unintended consequences our proposal might bring about. The addition of pipes to the bus features might make its design look unpleasant. Additionally, the materials and machinery required is expensive. Thus, SPS might not want to accept this proposal, and it will also need regular maintenance. One way to minimize the likelihood of these negative knock-on effects is getting the government to help bear the expenses of Greenstein, since it supports them in achieving their 30 by 30 goal, and since SPS does not have to pay for any expenses, they will be more likely to accept this proposal.
Now I will bring us to the level of impact of Greenstein, starting with our government. The government would gain more support from the people, as when Greenstein is implemented, it will increase our local food production and hence give us a sense of security as we are able to have a more safe and stable food supply, especially during volatile situations like COVID-19 presently. Secondly, it would also impact the community as Singaporeans would develop a greater sense of belonging and pride when Singapore becomes more self-reliant. Thirdly, it would also benefit the F&B chains and consumers, as F&B chains would have lower strikes when the price of ingredients decreases, hence allowing them to provide lower priced food to consumers, attracting more customers and thus increasing their profit. Moreover, consumers could also enjoy food at lower prices. All in all, we believe Greenstein will help move us from our current reality to our preferred future.
All right, we can see that the team is facing some difficulty. We'll pause the presentation time.
gonna start from?
Team,
How
we'll
revolutionary?
continue from where you left off at 1 minute, 25
We apologize
seconds.
for the interruption. We'll carry on from here. So, how revolutionary is our idea? As an intermediate step, our solution is important in the process of the plan to convert all buses to biofuel. All plans need to have dry runs and tests, which will take years given the risk and size of the biofuel plan. But are these precious years something we can afford? Even as we speak, carbon emissions are rising, slowly but surely wiping out marine life. It is a problem that we have to tackle right now. Greenstein is a temporary solution to prevent a permanent detriment to our seafood supply. Equipped with Greenstein, buses can continue to serve yet without harm. Our solution helps decrease ocean acidification in the long run. Although it is not immediate, it is definite. Moving on to our proposal summary. Sustaining a healthy food supply in Singapore in these volatile times is worrying. There are many initiatives to develop urban farms in Singapore. However, seafood supply has often been neglected. Hence, we would like to present a fresher take to addressing this problem by first tackling the issue of local increase in carbon dioxide emissions. This directly affects acidity in the sea and hence our seafood supply. We propose that carbon dioxide gas expelled from exhaust pipes be collected in transport vehicles so as to significantly reduce carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere. Last but not least, for collective reflection, we have chosen the ripple effect to talk about. Through the ripple effect, we can see the bigger picture and be aware of how impactful each action is. This allows us to make decisions that will benefit us in the long run instead of just surface benefits. We can use this tool in current situations like COVID-19. We'll be vigilant at all times, keeping in mind that it's not just us that will be affected should we be complacent and contract the virus. We have now come to the end of our presentation. It has been our greatest pleasure to introduce Greenstein, the secret to freshness. Thank you for your kind
Thank you
attention.
for your presentation. Now we'll start the 5 minutes of Q&A. Judges, please.
Thank you for putting together this presentation. I have one first immediate question. As you mentioned earlier on that you have avoided, the EV charging portion. I think the EV charging issue is more towards your worry that there's not enough chargers, right? So I think actually other countries there are chargers that are being installed. So Malaysia do have chargers. But in the case of buses, I think there's also electrification of public transport that's going to happen. So why did you choose to take this approach rather than look at it from an electrification of buses point of view?
Sorry, do you mention that there was other ideas about the buses having a tank on top of their vehicles as well?
No, because you were comparing between EVs versus buses. You were saying that for private cars, they're getting electrified. But in buses, you have chosen to talk about removing of CO2. But public transports are also being electrified, right? In fact, in China, most of the cities are already running entirely electrified buses. So in your case, why are you choosing your solution, Greenstein, when eventually the buses will all be electrified as well?
Sorry. So, in Singapore, right, we think that currently, because the biofuel plan would be implemented in 2040, so we were thinking like until then, our solution can be implemented until then, until it all like it runs on electricity. Yeah.
So it's a very short-term stopgap measure kind of a solution. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, until 2040.
Okay. So with regards to your solution itself, how heavy is the system? Because you mentioned that you're actually placing this on the roof of the bus.
We are sure that even though there will be some weight, which might contribute to increase in carbon dioxide, but we think that it is minimal, so that it can actually collect more carbon dioxide rather than emit more carbon dioxide.
Sorry, maybe you misunderstood my question. My question is, what is the weight of the system? Because you are placing it on the roof of the bus. So my question is more of a safety concern.
Oh, okay, sorry for the 40%.
Hi, thank you for your question. So we estimated that the weight of Greenstein would be around 40 kg. However, we will still need to test it out in order to know for sure.
Okay, my last question is on the cost of the system, because you mentioned that once the carbon dioxide is collected and brought back to the bus interchange, you will have to retrieve it and then after that redistribute it to a processing plant to process the CO2. So what will be the cost of this whole process and the system itself?
Cost as in.
How much
Cost
money will
as
you
in-
actually have to spend to do this? Yeah.
Do you mean like cooperation with like the industry?
Meaning, how much does it cost to put the system on top of a bus, and at the interchange when you collect the CO2 and send it to a factory, right, to a plant to actually process it, that transportation also has cost, right? So how much would all these things cost?
We think that so for the like the prototype on the buses, it would like because calcium chloride is relatively cheap and other materials as well. Then as for the transportation of CO2, it would depend on like the transportation company we'll be collaborating with. But I'm sure we will try to keep it to the minimum. Yeah.
Okay, all right then. Thank you.
So you've got 10 seconds, a really quick one. Have you considered safety aspects of CO2 on the bus and any leakage?
Yeah. So actually it's not presented, but actually we have emergency valves. So one of them is to prevent like the car exhaust from going back to the pipe. I mean like where it comes from. And then there's
team,
another
your
valve.
5 minutes is up. Thank you. And that was CUH from Budwick Secondary School. Now, we will invite the last finalist team, 6 Ticks Daikin. 6 Ticks Daikin, are you ready? If you are, can you show me your thumbs? Thank you. And your time starts now.
A very good afternoon to our respected judges, teachers, and students. We are Hannah, Dio, and Nina. We have a group of very special guests with us today, the Nexus brothers. The brothers are ice creams, so they are probably the most used to the constant presence of the air conditioner. But what they don't know is that the number of air cons is actually on the rise, and the use of air conditioning constitutes 19% of Singapore's carbon emissions, generating up to 3,037 kilograms of carbon emissions per year for each household. The Nexus brothers may be familiar with the comforts of air conditioning, but they sure aren't familiar with its damaging environment. Uh-oh.
Thus, taking into consideration the harmful effects of air conditioning, we want to provide a more energy efficient and sustainable option to air conditioning, applicable to both domestic and industrial settings, and produce useful products such as water.
The Nexus brothers think that this is a great idea. But before that, they would like to have a broader understanding of our new prototype. Let's NXplore.
On the left is the current model of aircons that we see all over Singapore. In the diagram, the orange and blue arrows show the paths of hot and cool air respectively. The green arrow represents the flow of refrigerants, which is a mixture that helps to cool and dehumidify the air. In our new prototype, we will be modifying component A, which is the evaporator. It contains the refrigerants. However, since these refrigerants are not environmentally friendly, we will be replacing them with hydrogel and R723. We will be replacing components B, which is the blowers inside the pipes that blow out cold air from the aircon. We will be changing it to a fan, which is more energy efficient. Next, we will be removing component C, which is the compressor. The role of the compressor is to pump the refrigerant at high pressure to the next component. It is extremely energy intensive and takes up space. Thus, we will remove it since it will not be needed in our new prototype. Finally, we will be adding component E to our prototype, which is the air jet. It pumps out hot air, part D, to form an air curtain. Our solution can save energy, generate water, and keep our food fresh in all our 6 ticks. Our modified air conditioner can also be used on a household and commercial level. So whether you own a supermarket chain or are a homeowner, these 6 ticks can serve you faithfully. But the Nexus brothers are confused. what exactly are ticks?
Well, the first tick represents reduction of energy usage and collection of potable water using hydrogel, which will be replacing the dehumidification section of the evaporator. A current alternative proposed by a research team from NUS uses a membrane dehumidifier which avoids harmful environmental effects, but requires up to 300 watts of electricity. Our solution, hydrogel, uses less energy. We will be applying hydrogel on surfaces of the dehumidifier. Hydrogel is able to absorb moisture from the air and is thermoresponsive. Thus, when it reaches a temperature above 32 degrees Celsius, it becomes hydrophobic and oozes out all the water it has absorbed. The water will be reused for other domestic or commercial purposes, helping Singapore increase its water security. Hydrogel will act as a more sustainable option to dehumidifying air that comes in. But how would the dehumidifier work if incoming air is higher than 32 degrees Celsius? Wouldn't that result in unstable cooling?
Well, to solve this problem, we will be using copolymerization to regulate LCST, which is the temperature at which the hydrogel will become hydrophobic. Hydrogel will be chemically combined with acrylic acid to increase hydrogel's LCST. Hence, hydrogel will always be absorbing water unless heated.
We will also adapt the structure of fins on a heat sink for the dehumidifier. The hydrogel will be applied on these fins. This increases the surface area of humid air exposed to the hydrogel, increasing the rate of absorption of water vapor from the air, and hence increasing the rate of dehumidification.
The second tick represents the sustainability of R723, the other components included in the modified evaporator. It will be our new refrigerant in place of the current CFCs and HFCs being used. R723, which is a mixture of 60% ammonia and 40% dimethyl ether, is a more sustainable natural refrigerant. It has zero ozone depleting potential. It is not flammable, ensuring that the aircons are also safe for use. R723 also has a greater volumetric refrigeration power than other refrigerants.
That's great! The Nexus brothers and their food friends can stay cool and fresh with a more efficient refrigerant.
Apart from this, R723 has a boiling point of negative 36.5 degrees Celsius, and this brings us to our third tip, the compactability and energy efficiency of our solution due to retrofitting. Our solution will help to make the aircon more compact. Due to the low boiling point of R723, there is no need for Part C, the compressor, as it is a gas at room temperature. This therefore helps to save a lot of energy, since the compressor uses up a whopping 95% of power required by the aircon.
Part of retrofitting will also include changing the blower and aircons to an XL fan. A typical AC blower uses about 500 watts. Compare this to a fan, which uses 100 watts at high speed. The XL fan can circulate up to 250 CFM of air at highest power, whereas the required CFM for aircons is 400. Thus, using two XL fans will take up 200 watts, which is still more energy efficient compared to using 500 watts for running the blower. A fantastic solution to a mind-blowing problem!
The fourth tick is especially applicable for companies looking to use our air conditioner for large buildings. It represents the air curtain. Have you wondered why it just seems to get hotter the higher you go in large malls? This phenomenon is actually caused by thermal stratification, which is the sinking of cold air and the rising of hot air in a tall building. This can cause a large temperature difference at the top and bottom of the building. It results in overheating or overcooling, which wastes a lot of energy. This is a prominent problem, as seen by the 26.4% reduction in energy usage achieved by reducing the temperature difference of the building in a distribution warehouse. Currently, the only solution for evening out temperatures in a building is by using fans to circulate air. But we have a much more energy efficient method, the hot air curtain. The hot air that is being expelled by the outdoor aircon unit will be pumped to jets at the upper part of the building and used to form hot air curtains. Air curtains are frequently used in grocery stores for open door displays. It helps to separate the hot surroundings and cold air. Similarly, we are using air curtains in our solution to prevent the sinking of cold air to the bottom of the building. This ensures that heat energy is evenly distributed in the top and bottom of the building. You may be thinking, wow, that sounds expensive. But compared to having multiple fans which have to be constantly turned at high speeds to circulate air, we assure you that this is a much more cost-effective method. This is the 3D model of our final product. It is a combination of all earlier presented parts. Hence, we will not go into details.
The fifth tick represents our
stakeholders using the NX tool perspective circle. Due to the nature of our project, the concerned stakeholders will be actively involved and thus be similar to those in the Singapore Green Plan 2030. The Ministry of Sustainability and Environment might be supportive of our product due to its small environmental impact and energy efficiency. Same goes for the Ministry of Trade and Industry, as Singapore will be able to spearhead the movement of the air conditioning industry to a greener future, earning revenue that will contribute to Singapore's GDP.
Consumers are also an important stakeholder. They will be concerned about the purchase and maintenance cost of our product. In the long run, these electrical costs will be cheaper since less energy is required to power the air conditioning unit. Urban farms that require cooling may also consider switching to our new model, since it produces potable water that can be used to water crops. Our final stakeholder is the manufacturing companies. Manufacturing companies may be concerned about having to completely change some of their manufacturing processes and source for new materials. However, we believe that it is also important for manufacturing companies to take a step to ensure that their products also contribute to Singapore's shift to a greener society. Perspective Circle has helped us take into consideration the viewpoints of different stakeholders and how our solution will impact their industries for better or for worse. This allows us to fine-tune the quality of our solution to make it more feasible, as we can take into account factors like cost or safety. For example, our initial alternative refrigerant was diethyl ether instead of R723. However, using the perspective circle, we realized that diethyl ether will be dangerous for manufacturing and maintenance companies since it was highly flammable. Hence, we switched to R723, which is not flammable. The perspective circle could also be applied in our daily lives. When making a decision, we have learned to think about the impact of our actions to various parties. For example, when clearing our tables in hawker centers, the cleaners, other customers, and stall owners are all stakeholders that we need to consider.
The last tick represents our most important beneficiary, you. Our novel air conditioner will empower you to take the small steps towards combating climate change. Furthermore, this new model of aircon is more compact, and the decreased need for electricity will make the operating costs of the aircon cheaper. What a deal, what a steal! You can be environmentally friendly, save space, and save energy at the same time with our solution.
The Nexus brothers have certainly enjoyed our presentation.
And we hope that all the listeners here today have also gained much insight about our solution.
So with that, be green, stay cool. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, team, for your presentation. We'll now start the 5 minutes Q&A. Judges, you may begin.
Thank you for the very bubbly presentation. I like it's very well presented and very concise as well for a lot of information that's being shared. My first question is with regards to the cost. So it sounds like you have a much better solution than your traditional aircon, and I kind of like the way you have redesigned it. But how much would it cost compared to your traditional aircon?
Are you referring to the prototype budget or the actual cost of the actual product?
Both. So the cost of the prototype and your estimate of how much it will cost when you're producing it.
Okay, so for the prototype budget cost, we actually have consulted with Mr. Hung, who was in charge of the aircon prototype of the NUS research team, who made a prototype of the dew point evaporative cooling system in an aircon. And since we have adapted our components of our new model such that it can be retrofitted into the old model, we can use the old model as our basis and create our prototype through modifications and added components, helping us to reduce cost. So for the new components to be added on, we will need a fan coil unit for our outdoor component, which costs $1,200. And we would need to customize the evaporator and the air jets, which are components A, B, and E if you refer to our slides. This would cost approximately $3,800. So in total, our prototype budget will be around $5,000 if we are given an old aircon model to work with. As for the cost estimate of the actual product, many of our components are actually not being sold in the market currently, so we cannot give an accurate estimate of the final cost. But we actually we went to Google and we tried to Google the cost of the hydrogel and the R723. So for hydrogel, the cost is around $20 per kilogram. And if we assume that each unit has 10 kg worth of hydrogel, the cost will be $200. This is an increase from the common refrigerant, which both dehumidifies and cools the air, while hydrogel only dehumidifies the air. However, with the mass production of hydrogel, we are sure that the price of hydrogel will drop in the future. Whereas for R723, it is actually classified as inexpensive in terms of purchase cost according to the Eurovia certification. And furthermore, R723 has a higher coefficient of performance, so we can use less refrigerants for each aircon, which can cut down on the manufacturing costs.
Sure.
And
Thanks for the
because
reply.
our prototype budget is actually for $5,000, so
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I got your reply. Just want to squeeze one question, so you're running out of time. Yeah. So
Okay,
so
thank
the
you.
other question I have is on maintenance. So most aircons, you have to do a lot of cleaning, and there's like dirt and dust that gets into it. So how does your prototype work in terms of cleaning and maintenance?
I think that for cleaning and maintenance, it will actually be easier because hydrogel has unlimited use. So we won't have to switch it out halfway. And it's also because of its natural chemical properties, so it won't like break down or anything. So for R723, there hasn't been any tests so far. So we cannot estimate like if there will be any problems. But actually, according to the Eurovia certification, R723 has a lower rate of leakage. So for the old aircon model, the chlorofluorocarbons and hydrofluorocarbons, these refrigerants sometimes they leak, which cause the aircon to spoil. But for R723, it leaks less. So the maintenance will be less often. And for the rest of the components, because we remove the compressor, so I think that there will be less maintenance cost in fact.
Okay, thank you.
So I've got a clarification question, and perhaps I don't understand. So it's a heat pump, right? An air conditioner heat pump. It takes heat from A and puts it into B. In your case, you're showing it going out of one room, it goes down and it goes to your air curtain, and you put your air curtain back in the room again? Or you put a air curtain somewhere else? I did not understand that aspect.
So for the air curtain, it will be used for commercial buildings, which is higher. So it won't affect the people who are at lower levels. And it will also help with the heat energy distribution. So actually, it will help the aircon to be more energy efficient, and it doesn't have to work harder to try and make the room cooler.
Okay, thanks for that. In your diagram, you showed the hydrogel absorbing water up the pipe, right? And then there's obviously a cycle then which has to get the hydrogel to release the water. So how does that work, and how do you collect the water?
So we are collecting the water using a tank. So we're planning to connect the water to aircon to a water tube. So the tube will be channeled to a tank located in both domestic and industrial areas. So the tube will be able to calculate the volume of water passing through. And when the total volume passing through is equal to the volume of the tank, the water will stop flowing.
Right, team,
so
thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last team for the day, 6 Ticks Daikin from Raffles Girls' School. Thank you all 10 teams for delivering such great presentations. Our judges will take now about 20 minutes to evaluate them. Meanwhile, while waiting, kindly scan the QR code on the screen to complete both the teachers and students survey. Don't go anywhere as the results will be revealed during the presentation ceremony, which will begin very shortly.
My name is Jen and welcome to the first episode of Science. What? Today we are going to be doing the elephant toothpaste, but before that, safety first. Now that we're ready, let's proceed on with the experiment. Here's what you need. 30% hydrogen peroxide, liquid soap, potassium iodide, 2 food coloring of your choice, and last but not least, 2 large beakers to dump everything into. First up, we're going to need 300 milliliters of hydrogen peroxide into the beaker over here. A few drops or squirts of soap. And of course, we're gonna need to give it a good mix. Next, we will be needing 100 milliliters of concentrated potassium iodide, which I have prepared over here. And now for the fun part, we're going to be mixing both solutions together. Are you guys ready? In 3, 2, 1. And that was foam-tastic! Now what exactly happened here? Hydrogen peroxide was actually broken up into oxygen and water. And the oxygen built up while trapped in the soap, creating this intense burst of foam. And that was the end of the experiment for our episode. Do comment and subscribe and tell us what you guys would like to see more of in the comments down below. So my name is Jen, and remember guys to keep asking science. What? Bye! So, with the magnetic force pulling the items upwards, both the paperclip and the coin can now stand on their own. Class, do you have any questions?
But how does the magnetic force counter gravity? Should I ask? I don't want to sound stupid in front of the class. Should I sit with them?
Very spectacular, but also terrifying. Right here at Science Centre Singapore, we are able to view the fire tornado in an up-close, safe and controlled environment. There are also other places where you can view fire tornadoes. Unfortunately, those will be at the bush fire or forest fire.
I guess no one will realize if I'm gone anyway. Electricity zips through the air, creating sparks. Wow! A robotic origami flower. The brain can be tricked. The more times light bounces, the more reflections we see. If a material can be charged, it can store static electricity. Wingardium Leviosa!
What's he doing? Let's proceed. Let's proceed.
Can I borrow a bottle? And release the pressure of the compressed air.
Someone's here.
Hi. Stop it,
Introduce its own light.
Okay, so how do you think night sky would look like if the Earth had two moons like Mars?
No, the gravitational effects it will
Just
have on
ignore the
Earth.
gravitational effects, okay? Just focus on how pretty it will look with two moons just reflecting off each other.
That's not how moons work. They're not moons. Focus, please. I thought I got presentation tomorrow.
I don't want.
Strategies we'll use to promote a trip to the moon. Firstly,
Hey.
hey, so nice, right? It's so round.
It's so bright. And you can see the craters on it.
One point. I think your ears get cut off. You don't know, man?
What?
I think it'll be better with two moons, right?
2 moons again? Did your presentation go okay?
I blanked out. Don't ask why.
Are you free tonight?
I'll just be mourning for my grades tonight. Whoa, look at the telescopes.
There's a bigger one there.
Okay, this is so cool.
Go for it.
Okay. Whoa, look at that. Wow. You wanna try?
Yeah.
Young love, bent out of shape. I hope it's not too late.
For you.
You see me, I hold you. Ever since the touch, I felt the rush of young love. I can't help but want you, dear.
certificate from the client itself. Yes, we are trying to make the update, but no, the numbers do not match. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll have to call you back. Bye.
Mommy!
Hey, sorry I'm late. I've got burgers. Let's go.
Distinguishable symbol of Paris, the Eiffel Tower's iconic silhouette has loomed over the Parisian skyline since 1889. At the beginning, the local artistic community wasn't...
Wow, that is so cool.
So cool, right?
Mommy, look! Come on, Mommy.
What's this?
Disciples of DA381 and this messenger being gigantic.
Hey, Mom.
Which was all meant to be used to bless honor.
Hello. Do you need our help? Yeah.
Alright, you know what we're doing today?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a circuit, and this is how it works with the battery here. And then it works, right?
Hey,
Yeah.
I've got to go.
This way goes there.
Good
It
job.
works.
Thank you.
No worries.
Sorry. And where does this go?
Here.
Wow. Okay. And then?
Put it right here. Now we have to put the fairy lights in.
For now, we will take you to Paris one day. I promise.
I know.
I would like the world to be sustainable, one where man's needs can be met without creating problems for the earth. However, if we fail to address issues such as food scarcity, lack of clean water, and energy,
There will be increasing problems for humankind. Eventually, Earth may not be able to sustain life. By making small amendments in our own lives and encouraging others to do the same, we can make a positive impact. I want to be an agent of change, which is why I joined the NXplorers program. It introduces complex and creative thinking skills and equips young people like us with the tools we need to apply them.
I believe that through this challenge, we would learn something new and useful. It is an opportunity to apply what we learn in real life. We were first exposed to important Nexus tools, which are very useful in considering perspectives of other stakeholders, exploring alternatives, and making decisions.
We also went on an industrial visit to Jurong Island. It was really fun and it provided my team invaluable information about the application of technologies in the real world.
To qualify for the finals, we had to pitch our idea to Shell. Our team wants to create a sustainable way to desalinate water by using solar energy.
Our team has come up with solutions to harness energy and water to resolve crop production issues. Standing before the judges was really nerve-wracking. There were many great ideas proposed, and it was truly a pleasant surprise that we got into the finals!
I learned much about teamwork as the members of my team have rather different personalities, working styles, and preferences. We are glad to have mentors and experts in the field to guide us in the improvement of our prototype. Our families also gave us much support and contributed ideas. I'd like to say to them, thanks a lot.
Our teacher, Mr. Mong, and our mentors spent a lot of their time guiding and helping us with our projects. In particular, Mr. Mong challenged me to think further, work harder, and dream bigger. We are certainly very grateful to have them as our teacher and mentors.
From Fodring Secondary School! We are
I think we should get from the client itself. Yes, we are trying to make the update, but no, the numbers do not match. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll have to call you back. Bye.
Mommy!
Hey, sorry I'm late. I've got burgers. Let's go.
Distinguishable symbol of Paris, the Eiffel Tower's iconic silhouette has loomed over the Parisian skyline since 1889. At the beginning, the local artistic community wasn't...
Wow, that is so cool.
So cool, right?
Mommy, look! Come on, Mommy.
What's this?
Disciples of D381 and this messenger being gigantic.
Hey, Mom.
Which also meant use the ridiculous model.
Hello. Do you need our help? Yeah. Alright. You know what we're doing today? Yeah. Okay, this is a circuit, and this is how it works with the battery here. And then... it works, right?
Hey,
Yeah.
I've got to go.
This way goes there. Good It job. works.
Thank you.
No worries.
Sorry. And where does this go?
Here.
Oh, wow. Okay. And then?
Put it right here. Now we have to put fairy lights
For now, we will take you to Paris one day. I promise.
I know.
Someone's here.
Hi. Stop it out.
It produces its own light.
Okay, so how do you think night sky would look like if the Earth had two moons like Mars?
No, the gravitational effects it will
Just
have on
ignore the
Earth.
gravitational effects, okay? Just focus on how pretty it will look with two moons just reflecting off each other.
That's not how moons work. They're not moons. Focus, please. I thought I got presentation tomorrow.
I don't want. Strategies we'll use to promote a trip to the moon. Firstly,
Hey.
hey, so nice, right? It's so round.
It's so bright. And you can see the craters on it.
No point. I think your ears get cut off. You don't know, man?
No. What?
I think it'll be better with two moons, right?
2 moons again? Did your presentation go okay?
I blanked out. Don't ask why.
Are you free tonight?
I'll just be mourning for my grades tonight. Whoa, look at the telescopes.
There's a bigger one there.
Okay, this is so cool.
Go for it.
Okay. Whoa, look at that. Wow. You wanna try?
Yeah.
Young love, bent out of shape. I hope it's not too late.
For you.
You see me, I hold you. Ever since the touch, I felt the rush of young love. I can't help but want you, dear. Can you hear me calling out, young love? Don't disappear.
I think we should get from the client itself. Yes, we are trying to make the update, but no, the numbers do not match. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll have to call you back. Bye.
Sorry I'm late. I've got burgers. Let's go.
Distinguishable symbol of Paris, the Eiffel Tower's iconic silhouette has loomed over the Parisian skyline since 1889. At the beginning, the local artistic community wasn't...
Wow, that is so cool. So cool, right? Mommy, look! Oh. Come on, Mommy. Oh. What's this?
Disciples of the and this messenger being gigantic.
Hey, Mom.
Which was all meant to be used as a ridiculous model.
Hello. Do you need our help?
Yeah.
Alright. You know what we're doing today?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a circuit. And this is how it works with the battery here. And then... it works, right?
Hey,
Yeah.
I've got to go.
This
way goes there.
Good
It
job.
worked.
Thank you.
No worries.
Sorry. And where does this go?
Here.
Wow. Okay. And then?
Put it right here. Now we have to put fairy lights
For now, we will take you to Paris one day. I promise.
I know.
I would like the world to be sustainable, one where man's needs can be met without creating problems for the earth. However, if we fail to address issues such as food scarcity, lack of clean water, and energy,
There will be increasing problems for humankind. Eventually, Earth may not be able to sustain life. By making small amendments in our own lives and encouraging others to do the same, we can make a positive impact. I want to be an agent of change, which is why I joined the NXplorers program. It introduces complex and creative thinking skills and equips young people like us with the tools we need to apply them.
I believe that through this challenge, we would learn something new and useful. It is an opportunity to apply what we learn in real life. We were first exposed to important Nexus tools, which are very useful in considering perspectives of other stakeholders, exploring alternatives, and making decisions.
We also went on an industrial visit to Jurong Island. It was really fun and it provided my team invaluable information about the application of technologies in the real world.
To qualify for the finals, we had to pitch our idea to Shell. Our team wants to create a sustainable way to desalinate water by using solar energy.
Our team has come up with solutions to
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience today. There were some technical difficulties, but we have managed to navigate them with your support. The judges have completed their evaluations. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Lo Sing Yi to share the judging panel's feedback on the presentations. Mr. Lo Sing Yi, please.
Thanks a lot. So good afternoon, a good evening to all the students, teachers, judges, our partner Science Center, as well as all our Shell colleagues sitting here today. Right. It's been a really pleasure on behalf of all the judges here, and I've spoken to them here, to be part of today's judging panel. For me personally, this is my second year doing this, and my admiration and inspiration from seeing all this continues to be as high as it was before. Unlike last year, however, we now have a total of 10 teams coming through to the finals. And it brings to mind a little bit of the Olympics, given that we're in Olympic season right now. So I do want to talk a bit about that. Everyone who goes to the Olympics is an Olympian. It's the same, all of you are now NXplorers. You've gone through this, coming to this part, coming to this stage, you're all NXplorers. So I truly ask that all of you look back on what you've done with immense pride. You've gone through a very tough journey of learning, growing, persevering through all the difficulties and setbacks, whether it's with your IT systems or the projects itself, right? Learning to work and support each other as a team. And finally, seeing something wonderful being created at the end. Something that might possibly make a huge difference to the world we live in. And that something is you. It is not the project itself, it's you, because you have grown. You have grown through this process. Each of you have changed through experience, and I hope a much better place to make a difference in the world. So this is what we really hope the NXplorer journey has done. Helped each of you to grow and expand your minds, your worldview, your capabilities, but most of all, your confidence in being able to change things in our world. So, on behalf of the judges, we've been hugely impressed to see you come so far and demonstrate such complex and creative thinking through the STEM approach. Our life today, and it's been a very long day, has not been easy, having to try and judge all the projects that we've seen because they're all so good and there's such little differences there. But we've done our best, and because this change is exactly what's needed in our growing world, it's putting pressure on our demand for food, water supplies, and cleaner energy, while needing to be much more sustainable. So in this sense, all of you have really inspired us here in Shell Singapore, in our own journey as we seek to transform our own business and reduce our own CO2 emissions by about a third within the decade. This is a big, big goal. And we absolutely need such skills that you've demonstrated here to look at things differently, see opportunities and tackle the energy challenge. The future isn't yet made, but this STEM way of thinking can bridge the skill gaps that our future needs and help us make the future together. The teamwork that you today have demonstrated is what's needed for all of us here in Singapore to shape its future through the energy transition and what the world faces. So for each of you, I hope that the journey doesn't stop here. All of you are part of the next generation that can and must reimagine our world, reshaping it and making a real difference to our local communities. Please keep up the great attitude, confidence and mindset. I hope the skills, tools that you've learned through this journey, along with the friends and the techniques, will help you to be an active change maker in the world. So as befitting any great team, I want to thank the teachers, the Shell mentors who've been accompanying the students through this enriching journey. And most of all, I want to thank Science Centre for their long-term partnership to promote STEM and for hosting today's session. Good luck for the results.
Thank you, Mr. Low. All right, everyone. We are now ready to start the second part of today's program, the prize presentation ceremony. Once again, a warm welcome to NXplorers 2021 Finals. I'm Shah from the Science Centre Singapore, the MC for today's event. NXplorers is one of Shell's key programs that acts as a platform for conversation, collaboration, and innovation around the theme of sustainability. It equips young people with the transformational skill set to tackle the challenges of how to transit to a low-carbon energy future and manage the risks of climate change while extending the economic and social benefits of energy to everyone. And just moments ago, 10 finalist teams mentioned had presented their proposed solution to a panel of esteemed judges. Their projects have been appraised. Before we progress to the announcement of the winners, we would like to thank the judges at today's finals. Mr. Loh Sing Yee, Vice President Sales Asia Pacific, Shell Catalyst and Technologies Private Limited, Shell Companies in Singapore, Mr. Vincent Lau, Chief Technology Officer, Falan City, and Mr. Danny Chua, Chief Executive Officer, CYC Private Limited. Thank you so much, judges. And not to forget our student mentors from Shell, who had guided the student teams in developing their project prototypes and solution. Thank you, mentors, for your time and guidance to the student groups. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the moment you've been waiting for. It's time to announce the results of NXplorers 2021 Finals. The two Merit Awards winners are Team Wishiwashi from St. Joseph Institutions, and Team Stormwater Propaganda from Nanyang Girls High. Congratulations, teams. And you know what this means? This means there are only 8 teams left for the top 3 prizes. Are you ready to hear the results? The second runner-up prize goes to Team ERA from Raffles Girls School. Congratulations. And the first runner-up prize goes to Team Six Sticks Daikin from Raffles Girls School. Congratulations, team. And that leaves us with 6 teams. So who is the champion? Announcing the champion of NXplorers 2021 is Team Hydrogen Bond from Singapore Chinese Girls School. Congratulations, team, and well done. What a blast! It's been such an amazing journey for our students, teachers, mentors, and program partners, culminating in this pulsating event. Let's savor this moment. We are going to take a screen capture for those tuning in. So we want everyone to switch on all your cameras. We're going to count from 3, 2, 1. And with that, the NXplorers 2021 Finals and Prize Presentation Ceremony have come to an end. And thank you all for your participation, and congratulations to all award recipients. Thank you everyone for watching. Have a great evening.